We start now, okay? Yes. So, yes, of course, of course. Constantina, let them see they can register later. Hello, good morning. May I ask you to take your seats, please? Good morning. Welcome. It would be great if you could take your seats. It's on. I have a, high production here. Good morning. Good morning to all. One more photo, and if you please could take your seats. Good morning and welcome. Could you please take your seats? Good morning. Welcome. My name is João Breda, and I'm the head of the Athens Quality of Care Office. And I'm delighted to be here with you today. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to kickstart this opening session of the Mental Health Week. I'm sure we'll have a very productive day with a lot of interesting discussions, and we are delighted with the high-level participation in this meeting, and particularly to the high-level dignitaries that we have in particular from the Greek government here with us today. So without further ado, I would like to invite to take the floor our director, Dr. Natasha Zopardi-Muscat, to give us a couple of words. Natasha, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the Mental Health Week. It's my pleasure to be here with my colleagues, Dr. Ledia Lazeri, who heads the mental health team in Copenhagen, and Dr. João Breda and Dr. Pavlos Theodorakis, who many of you know very well. Let me say that it is really an honor for us to host such a distinguished gathering of leaders, experts and representatives from the various organizations from Greek and from other countries across the European region in what is a truly open and participatory manner, because here today with us we also have persons with mental health challenges spanning all ages, as well as your families, friends and carers, and this is what makes the real difference. So it is with pleasure, pride and a sense of anticipation that I come back to the beautiful city of Athens for the fourth time since the Athens Mental Health Summit in July 2021, where we were addressing the mental health impacts of COVID-19. I like to say that that summit was really a historic summit. It paved the way for the adoption of our European Framework for Action, the establishment of the Pan-European Mental Health Coalition. And the coalition is a living vehicle that brings together stakeholders from various government sectors, but also professionals, academics, and persons with lived mental health experience, and advocates and champions, recognizing that everyone's voice is important and relevant, and it's only together that we can really shape the future of mental health in Europe as we would like to see it. Since the first months of the pandemic, it was abundantly clear, also through the work we were doing with colleagues such as Dr. Martin Weber and his team on the impact of the pandemic on the mental health and well-being because of the impact on schooling of children and adolescents, that we were going to have to take serious measures when it comes to young people. And it is thanks to the great support of the Greek government that we have been able to launch this much needed program.
Okay.
In many ways, let me say, Your Excellencies, that this program is proving to be a game changer. The fact that we are here today marking the Mental Health Week is clear proof. We are galvanizing action, creating alliances, cementing relationships, and building a critical mass of expert and passionate advocates. Excellencies, your leadership in developing a modern, ambitious and comprehensive national mental health action plan in Greece is what we are looking for across all the member states in the region, and your hospitality in hosting this series of meetings in Greece is a shining example that will undoubtedly inspire others. And I look forward to returning to this beautiful city to witness the progress, which I am sure will continue in the months ahead. And now I would really like to thank our regional director, Dr. Hans Kluge, who has had the vision to place mental health at the heart of our work in the European region, and who, in spite of his extremely demanding schedule, because Greece is very close to his heart, has been patiently waiting to also address us. Hans, thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you, dear Natasha. Do you hear me well?
Sorry.
Yes, we do.
Who is talking after Hans? You.
So, dear Minister of Development and Investment, my good friend Adonis Gorgadis,
Okay.
Minister of Education and Religious Affairs, Madam Niki Kirameus, Alternate Minister of Health, Madam Mina Gaga, Deputy Minister of Health, Madam Zoe Rapti, and Member of Parliament, Dr. Stelios Kimperopoulos. My dear friends, it's a great honor to address you at the opening of this very important event. And as Natasha was telling, I am on a consecutive events of duty travels, but I told Dr. Natasha, by hook and by crook, I wanted to address you, because the work that you are doing, the event which is happening, is setting the stage for the EPW Mental Health Flagship. Well done. Allow me to thank our friends in the Greek government for working with us to organize this special initiative, the Mental Health Week. Efcharistopoli. As you know, mental health is a topic very close to my heart, and I'm so proud that we are using this opportunity to highlight the mental health of young people and adolescents specifically, because it is timely and it is important. Today, more than half of the people living on our planet are under 30. As you know, 2022 has been marked as the European Year of Youth, and just last week, I was in Tirana, Albania, for WHO Europe's first ever Youth for Health Forum. And believe me when I say this, I was so positively overwhelmed by the sheer energy, commitment and dedication of the more than 150 young people at the forum. It goes without saying that mental health was at the very top of the agenda and one of their biggest concerns, and I myself, I shared some real life examples of both my daughters. While we often recognize young people's energy and commitment, we need to be equally aware of their health needs. That's why I commend this initiative and very much hope that the next 3 days will be full of inputs on how we can improve the mental health of young people and adolescents in Greece, but also across our region. The pandemic has had a disproportionate effect on young people's mental well-being. Forced isolation, being away from friends, away from their sports and leisure activities was very hard. 2 years ago, such a large-scale event, including a concert, would have been impossible. So we have come a long way. But people, and youth specifically, still face so many challenges in today's world. The war in Ukraine and a cost of living crisis that has seen prices rise across the board continue to add pressure on people's lives and their mental being. Today we stand here so that the joint efforts of WHO Europe and Greece, through the significant contribution of the WHO Office on Quality of Care in Athens, can make a difference in the lives of all those people across our region who continue to struggle with the pandemic's toll and now the war in Europe. I myself, 20 November, I will go for the 4th time to the front line in Ukraine to see the needs and better help the government during the winter. In line with our Pan-European Mental Health Coalition and our European Program of Work, and building on the fantastic Mental Health Summit we hosted together with our Greek partners back in July 2021, as Dr. Natasha reminded, this event is part of an ongoing course of action that wants to create a world where young people can prosper for generations to come. In this light, I would like to thank the Minister of Health of Greece, my very good friend, Mr. Tanos Pleuris, and the alternate minister, Madame Mina Gaga, for our great collaboration and her leadership in WHO Governing Board. Also, Deputy Minister for Health, Ms. Zoe Rapti, for her tireless and so valuable contribution, not only to the Pan-European Mental Health Coalition since its inception, but also her efforts to form the 2022-2030 National Mental Health Action Plan for Greece in collaboration with WHO Europe. Actually, I spoke about this mental health action plan with Prime Minister Mitsotakis yesterday. We were together at the Western Balkan Head of State Summit in Berlin. And we had the opportunity to talk mental health, and I told the Prime Minister about the leading effort of his country. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. At the same time, I would like to thank the Minister of Development and Investment of Greece, my brother, Mr. Adonis Georgadis, for his enduring support in our common endeavors since 2013. My hope is that these 3 days will result in very pragmatic actions and ideas so we can ensure that the mental health of our children and young people is of the highest quality. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Prime Minister Mitsotakis, and all your government for taking young people's mental health so serious. I will finish with a quote of the Greek philosopher Pythagoras, who said 2,500 years ago, Archi politias aspasis neon tropha, the foundation of every city, every country, our entire civilization depends on the upbringing of our youth. We are therefore bound by this great responsibility towards the present and future generations of the humankind. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hans Kluge, for your, as always, inspirational speech, for taking your time to be with us today, and for putting such a strong emphasis on the mental health of children and adolescents as we move forward, recovering from the pandemic and facing all the challenges we have today. So thank you very much for that and for being with us today. I have now the pleasure to welcome the alternate Minister of Health of the government of the Hellenic Republic, Dr. Mina Gaga, to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here. mental health is a huge problem. It has been a huge problem for both adult patients, but children as well, and the pandemic has made this much worse because of the isolation, because of the loss it has incurred on people. Some children are without parents now, have lost a parent. They have all been isolated. They have lost friends. They are taking steps into getting into a normal life again. And this is very important. So it's a huge problem we have to deal. The new problems imposed by the pandemic, as well as all the health problems, mental health problems that have been there before the pandemic. And there's a lot we can do. So the WHO has been taking a leading role in that, and I would like to thank the regional director, Dr. Hans Kluge, but also Dr. Natasha Azopardi and Dr. Rakovic, as well as the Athens office, Dr. João Breda, my friend Pavlos Theodorakis, everyone who has been working in very close collaboration with the Ministry of Health and supported in Greece by the will of our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, whom we all have to thank sincerely, because this is a really important step we're taking, and we work collaboratively in both mental health, but every aspect of health, primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, the health map in both primary care and hospitals, and that's very important. So I'm very much looking forward to this continued collaboration, and I'm also very thankful, and I'd like to thank everyone who supported me to be on the standing committee now since the elections in Israel for Europe, for the European office, so that makes the collaboration even closer, and this is an important step for both Greece and Europe, and looking forward to working more closely with all of you. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the continuation of the day and to a better health for all our mental patients, especially the children, dealing with anxiety, dealing with loss, dealing with all the problems of mental health, but also better care for all our patients, from prevention to end-of-life care if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear alternate minister. We would like to thank you for the valuable contribution on this very critical issue we are actually probing into these days. It is, of course, very important to explore the mental health for children and adolescents in depth. It's also vital to look into the areas you are responsible for in your government. This is interdisciplinary dimension, maybe in other words, ways that mental health is associated with the workforce, entrepreneurship, the performance of health systems in the countries, and particularly in your country, and how these relationships can actually be improved. I have the great pleasure now to call the Deputy Minister, Madam Rapti, which is in charge of mental health, to take the floor and also address the audience. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Honorable ministers and colleagues, dear WH colleagues, Natasha, Joao, Pavlos, dear President, Mr. Kalamitzis, dear Mr. Todd, it is a great pleasure and honor to be part of this high-level session among you, dear and distinguished colleagues, allied to the vision we share regarding the mental health reform in our countries, in our region. I would like to congratulate the WHO Europe and especially the Regional Director for Europe, Dr. Hans Kluge, along with his team, for organizing the Mental Health Week as a continuance of the work of the Pan-European Coalition, WHO Europe Mental Health Flagship, and the WHO Office on Quality of Care. The three series of events will provide us the opportunity to discuss the current situation of the mental health of children and adolescents and how we can ensure universal and equal access to mental health services provided to young people in Europe. Of course, with zero tolerance in stigma and exclusions. Our city once again hosts a remarkable event on mental health that strengthens the international mobilization and interregional collaboration in this field. Over the last years, We have been facing an unprecedented crisis of tremendous consequences for citizens globally and in the European region. This crisis left no one unaffected, but it also disproportionately affected the most vulnerable population group, that of our children and adolescents. Due to the pandemic, children and adolescents faced immense disruption in their everyday activities, including socialization and education. Many countries in the region and across the world observed increased anxiety, depression and withdrawal among this age group, as well as an increase on online addictive behaviors. The research is unfortunately relentless. 1 in 4 children or adolescents in Europe suffer with a mental health problem, and these are the highest rates ever. The pandemic has taught us a valuable lesson. It highlighted that there is no health without mental health. This state reflects the WHO definition for mental health as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his own or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Ladies and gentlemen, the turbulent times our world suffers, the pandemic, the brutal war in our region, the environmental crisis have undeniably shifted our priorities towards awareness around mental health, prevention, early detection, and effective treatment of mental illness, but at the same time towards the promotion and safeguarding of well-being for all. I am thankful, therefore, that even from an early stage of the pandemic, our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, foresaw the great need to create a special portfolio dedicated to mental health and addictions, with focus on the improvement of our younger population, mental health resilience. When I was honored to be assigned to this portfolio, I realized that the lack of mental health facilities and services in our country, especially for children and adolescents. We then conducted a joint review in collaboration with WHO Europe that allowed us to map the current state of mental health services in our country and to ensure that our actions would both be targeted and effective. I would like, therefore, to thank the WHO Europe and especially Dr. Natasha Azopardi-Muscat, providing maximum support in every stage of the process, as well as our dear friend Lydia. This review led to the creation of the National Mental Health Committee that contributed to the development of a national mental health action plan for the next decade, with the technical support of the WHO Europe and under the orchestration of WHO Senior Advisor Dr. Pavlos Theodorakis, which I deeply thank. The action plan comprises of 10 axes, the third of which is dedicated to children and adolescents. To this direction of strengthening mental health globally, we have jointly made concrete steps through key international initiatives such as the Athens Mental Health Summit in 2021. The summit brought to light solid evidence that children and adolescents have indeed been disproportionately burdened by the pandemic, thus making it imperative to provide all the necessary tools to overcome these severe consequences. The summit also led to the Athens Declaration, which was adopted by policymakers and experts from across the 53 countries in the European region. It acted as the stepping stone for the implementation of the European Framework for Action of the European region and the WHO Mental Health Coalition. The declaration calls the Member States to develop policies to support and promote mental health within the existing health systems for the benefit of the well-being of their children, with a special focus on the youth. Within 1 year after the summit, Greece rapidly acted towards the realization of this commitment. Proposals were rapidly submitted and approved under the RRF Fund for the funding of primary actions on mental health and addictions amounting to approximately 53 million euros. They include the development of mental health facilities and services for psychosocial support to various target groups with particular focus on the most vulnerable, our children and adolescents. At an impressive pace, 5 calls for tenders have already been published and concluded for the assignment of 66 new community-based mental health units to make the best use of the European funds for the strengthening of the mental health system in Greece. In parallel, we recently inaugurated a highly operational WHO office in Athens focused solely on improving the quality of care. The creation of the office marks a significant milestone for our country as well for the WHO European region and the countries of the Mediterranean basin. It opens doors for enhanced interregional collaboration for the member states of the WHO Europe. Through the funding of a new European program for the quality of mental health services for children and adolescents, Greece will provide a key contribution for the benefit of the children and adolescents across Europe. As our Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis stressed in his address at the 72nd session of the WHO Regional Committee for Europe in Israel, the journey toward collective mental health is a long one. Yet, we have placed the important stepping stones based on solidarity, empathy, community, and of course, they have reinforced the need of our citizens to have access to affordable, quality healthcare. Also for countries of the region to have concrete emergency preparedness plans to be able to deliver such care in times of crisis. We therefore all work alongside in an era of a new normality, as we say it, towards achieving what Aristotle called eudaimonia, to make mental health and well-being for a global priority, starting with our children and adolescents, the future of our world. With these thoughts, I would like to thank once again the Regional Director for Europe, Dr. Hans Kluge, for his continuous efforts and the concrete achievements of the WHO in supporting both our country and the European region as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Deputy Minister. Thank you for your very important remarks, for reminding us of the great commitment that Greece has for mental health in general, but particularly of children and adolescents, which is really expressed by you and by the Prime Minister. So your drive for action and your decisive action that you are putting into your new action plan in development, it's really very inspirational, I would say, if you allow me, for other countries. So thank you very much for that. And with this, I have now the great pleasure to invite to take the floor the Honorable Minister of Development and Investments to deliver his address. Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, thank you very much, if you allow me, for your friendship to our WHO Athens Palliative Care Office. Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
First of all, dear Joao, dear Pavlos, Natasha, and my friend and brother Hans, I want to thank WHO for the invitation. It is always a great honor for me being with you here. As a Minister of Health in the past, I had established a very strong cooperation between WHO and Greece. This is how I met Hans Kluge for the first time in my life, and we became very close friends since then. I always support this strong cooperation and from the Ministry of Development. And I know that with Mr. Plevris and the Ministry of Health, we are designing a huge program for the quality of the healthcare services in Greece with WHO, with European funding that will be launched as soon as possible. From our ministry, this is a top priority issue. And we believe that providing to our people quality healthcare services is really important and it counts. So, I'm coming to the topic of the day. Dear ministers, my friend Nick Kerameos, Zoe Rapti, dear colleagues from the European Parliament, Mr. Kibouropoulos, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here today among a diverse crowd of active agents who are striving to build the future of mental health on solid foundations that include all stakeholders, regardless of age and position, not only in our country, but also in the entire Europe. The issue of mental health concerned us even before the beginning of the pandemic, since the well-being of the workforce of our country and of the whole of Europe has been established as a major issue for both employers and employees. From the first days of the pandemic until today, a series of pathogenic symptoms have shown a rapid increase in both number and intensity. It is a fact that breakdown of the orderly functioning of social and labor relations was the main catalyst for an increase in job insecurity and economic stress, while the disruption of our social networks contributed to the intensification of these phenomena even more. The adverse conditions particularly affected families with children and working parents, as they were all forced to adjust their work and home realities according to the new status quo within a very short period of time. At the same time, the health crisis caused by the pandemic contributed to the regression of basic and fundamental economic sectors in Europe, with tourism, catering, health system operators, and entrepreneurship being deeply and structurally. In this climate, it is our supreme duty to rise to the multi-layered problems that have been caused both in our work and our social sphere, but also to place special emphasis on the mental health of children and adolescents who are the future of our country and who have been significantly affected by the consequences of the pandemic. The vision of the Prime Minister of our country, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, in unison with that of our friend and partner Dr. Hans Kluge, Regional Director of the European region of WHO Europe, strong even before the pandemic, was the fertile ground upon which a series of actions had already been prepared, thus resulting in their timely utilization when the situation demanded it. With an emphasis on active governmental support to the social cooperatives active in the field of mental health, co-founded by the European NSRF program, ESPA, and with the continuous collaboration of the government with the WHO Office for the Quality of Care in Athens, we succeeded to not only identify the next steps in ensuring substantial change in the action plan for mental health in Greece, but to also envision a mental health system that takes into account the needs of patients as they themselves outline them. In conclusion, I would like to thank the World Health Organization of Europe for its undivided support in the technical, structural, and research issues that have arisen in relation to mental health issues, since it has not only supported the country's actions to settle the above, but has also offered services and invaluable, extremely high-level consulting. Today, psychosocial risks in the workplace present significant challenges for the social and economic cohesion of the country and by extension of Europe. Since the mental health of citizens is inextricably linked not only with the productivity of the country, labor force, but also with the level certification enjoyed by employees today, a fundamental factor for any strong social and employment relationship. With this, I would like to thank you all and express my full support for your valuable work in the field in the field of mental health. I want to refer to the very good cooperation we have with Mrs. Rapti, who has the authority of mental health in the Ministry of Health, and to congratulate her for that. And we are here, my friend Joao and Pavlos, to continue this relationship, to strengthen it, and to find ways to translate it to better healthcare services for our people, which at the end is our final goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Georgiadis, our brother Adonis, and thank you very much that for the first time you publicly announced our next collaboration, which actually is the final step in all these reform efforts that we are doing the last 10 years, hand in hand, the Greek government and WHO, and independently of the governments of the last decade. What we started together continues in the same direction. I think that this is even a unique paradigm for the entire Europe, because we all know what happens in most of the countries, that governments change, policies change. Greece is very proud to say that the last decade, at least in healthcare, of course in many other domains, but at least in healthcare, the target is primary healthcare, mental health care, people-centered, hospitals, high quality, and absolutely people-centered, left, centered, right, across the whole spectrum. And thank you for that, because the project on quality of care will come and put all this together in one. We really thank you for this. And of course, I cannot go next if I don't thank you for your significant insight in this very, very important relationship of the mental health and the financial well-being of the country. And I have to say that Madam Rapti, my sister Zoe, because we are 11 years now friends, has realized that, and it is incredible, in the RRFP of Greece, all the money goes to two groups. Which are these two groups? Children and adolescents and health workforce. The mental health support of these two groups. What? The present and the future. This is really something that we thank you so much, and especially when we hear it from you, and we are sure that you will also support the social cooperatives of our country, the Ministry of Development, which already is doing. And now it is a great honor, and really, Minister Kerameus, thank you very much for joining us here today. You are putting in practice WHO vision of One Health. Health is not only Ministry of Health. Health is Ministry of Education, Health is Ministry of Finance, Health is Ministry of Sports. So it's a great honor for us to have here not only the Ministers of Health, but also you as the Minister of Education and Religious Affairs. And we would like you to address on the ways that we know very well that you are working very hard the last 3.5 years from an educational perspective, how we can alleviate the pressures that the youth of our country, Greece, experience in the post-pandemic era. The floor is yours, Madam Minister.
Dear fellow ministers, dear colleague, dear directors, dear students and teachers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true pleasure and honor to be part of this official opening of the Mental Health Week hosted by the WHO. And I think that this initiative is of great significance, as it will particularly raise awareness on issues related to mental health and well-being of our children and adolescents who are greatly affected by mental health issues. I will take you back to ancient Greeks. Ancient Greeks spoke of healthy minds and healthy bodies, nous υγιείς and somati υγιή, as a paradigm of well-being. And I truly believe that physical and mental health are deeply intertwined, they're interlinked, and we have to increase our efforts so that this is broadly understood, not only in the medical community, but also in the broader population at large, to remove stigma and taboos, but also to talk openly and productively. The need to address mental health issues has been forcefully, I think, underscored by the pandemic, and particularly so for our younger generation. So I will take on the challenge raised by Pavlos. What about what the Ministry of Education, what the school system can do to actually address these challenges? For the past years, the Ministry of Education has been working in two particular directions regarding the issue that we're discussing. Number one, we have introduced modules on mental health and well-being into the mandatory school program of schools for all students aged from 4 till the age of 15. We're talking about a new subject matter that is introduced into the mandatory school curriculum. It is called the Skills Labs. It focuses on cultivating soft and digital skills for children, and there is a specific theme that has to do with well-being, with mental and emotional well-being. And modules include topics such as individual and school level, mental and emotional well-being, responses to the pandemic, mental health and digital tools, and social media, just to mention a few of the dimensions that are actually examined through this new model called the Skills Lab. So that's the first aspect. And of course, teachers receive training in order to address and to focus on these models. The second axis has to do with support mechanisms for our students. And there, for the past years, we have increased, actually we have roughly doubled the number of school psychologists and social workers in our schools. We have increased by over 150% since 2018, the funding for support structures which help detect mental health issues and other learning disabilities. And we have introduced a new position, what we call the school life counselor. He is or she is a specifically designated teacher who's there to support students, to support families, and to be the first point of contact for a kid that wants to talk. Because the number one issue and the number one challenge is for children to actually open up. And here I want to say a big word of thank you to Zoe Rapti, to Thanos Plevris, for the fantastic collaboration we have had with the Ministry of Health in actually putting in place these support structures and working very closely together in ensuring that our younger population, our most valuable younger population, have the support structures that they actually need in order to address these challenges. Once again, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, to congratulate you for this fantastic event, and rest assured the Ministry of Education will always remain committed to this task, which we can only handle all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you once more for, first of all, your presence here and for very, very valuable inputs. We will change a bit the program because we have the great honor to have two very close friends and very important persons that are dealing with this issue. So they were added on the program. I'm referring to my colleague and friend Stelios Kibouropoulos, the member of representing Greece in the European Parliament, and a core member of the Pan-European Mental Health Coalition. Stelios, the floor is yours. Yes.
I feel very honored. Dear guests, dear distinguished speakers, and I feel very honored to be part of this event. And I have the privilege to know from both sides what mental health means. I have worked for a long period of time as a psychiatrist, and now I'm a member of European Parliament, and I try to raise the issue from the seat of Parliament, so everybody can bring his or her efforts to see the results in our societies. And I can see the difference. Right now, having the vision of our Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and who has created for first time a ministry of mental health, and bring the effort with his vision, the effort of Deputy Minister Zoe Rapti. The scenery in Greece of mental health has changed, and this is a very good moment. All these different possibilities that we have right now, all these community-based services that has been established all this time, we are very proud to say that we can show to the society that is a moment to put away the stigma and to decriminalize the mental health issues. And I feel that we are the moment that everybody can say that she or he has a mental health issue, and he can or she can be referred to a service in order to make his health better. It is I feel very honored that I'm friend to WHO regional Europe. I'm friend of Mr. Klug, Mrs. Lazeri, Ms. Lazeri, Ms. Azopardi, and I can combine the European level efforts, but also our national efforts. I will finish saying that next year, European Commission will bring a strategy for mental health, and I feel very proud that I'm part of this Parliament, of European Parliament, in order to put also my knowledge in this strategy. Thank you very much, and again that I was invited, and I congratulate for this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stelios. It's always an honor to be with us. And now I have the honor to call on the stage somebody that we should call anyway, even if she didn't have the title that she has now, because her fan club is 99% youth.
Okay. You're looking at me?
Yes.
I didn't know, actually. Thank God.
You know that you are very famous in Greece and youth really loves you. So really? I will give the floor to Miss Katerina Gagaki, who is
I hope this is
the
not
Vice Mayor.
The only characteristic, actually.
No, of course not. But
okay.
From your professional job.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good morning from me. I'm the Vice Mayor for Social Solidarity and Civil Society in Athens. I'm here with the double role, as you can understand. First of all, I represent our Mayor, Mr. Bakoyannis, Kostas Bakoyannis, who traveled yesterday. Actually, he's not in Athens. And as a Vice Mayor for the specific field. And to be quite honest, I think we've heard everything today. I mean, we've heard what's being done, and amazing programs and procedures are being taken. The thing is, I'm going to change what I'm going to say, and it will only take 1 or 2 minutes. Let me tell you that when I first started working in the local government, and Pavlos, let me add that you said that health is government, health is the ministry, health is also local government. You did not mention that, okay, you see? I paid attention. It was, okay, I can accept that. Let me say that what local government does, what local government represents, is the point where the citizen comes in contact with the state, actually, the first point. So we've seen their everyday lives. We see families in their everyday procedures and anxieties and fears, and their first reaction comes to us. So when I first started working in this area 3 years ago, it was extremely visible, even tangible, you could say, that the social policy for mental health during the previous, of course, it was programmed and discussed and had been developed by previous governments, but during the last years before 2019, 18, 19, it was absent. It did not exist. And how can you understand that apart from analysis, apart from procedures, apart from talks, discussions, meetings, when you have people calling you in the office, families, mothers, fathers, children themselves, adolescents, by many adolescents, asking for help. You cannot even imagine how you feel when they're asking for help, describing situations that you cannot even grasp, you cannot imagine that they exist, and there's nothing that you can do because the mental health institutions are full, because the reaction times are very long. You cannot help them. So I have to say that at the beginning, at least, I had the opportunity to work with many organizations from the civil society, many amazing organizations who were working on the field, and I was extremely helped and comforted by their provisions and their actions. During the last 3 years, we've seen amazing changes coming from the government, and it's now I'm not going to be very. Zoe Rapti is my friend from many years ago, and I'm so proud that I can see her work in our everyday tangible life field, support on the families. You cannot understand how important it is. I mean, we are discussing, but in everyday life, things are really depressing sometimes. And it's an amazing opportunity that we have these wonderful professionals and who are extremely dedicated to their goal, not to have only programs, but to see the programs being implemented. So first of all, I'd like to welcome you as local government in our city. It's an amazing pleasure to have you here. And thank you so much. And to be quite honest, we expect the results of this three-day conference meeting to implement them on the field. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for social solidarity and civil society of the city of Athens, Madam Kakaki. And as the day progresses, we bear witness to the fact that the mental health of children and adolescents is not and should not be considered a matter that only the politicians or the professionals. That's my next point. I never lie. Thank you. And in this light, it is evident that in order to approach this multifaceted issue, events such as the Mental Health Week are vital, so the various agencies, the local government, central and regional policymakers, professionals, but most importantly, active citizens themselves, will join in the discussions that concern everyone. And in this light, I want to call on the stage a very active citizen, Mr. George Kalamitsis, who is the Secretary of the Greek Patients Association, as well as the President of the Hellenic Liver Patients Association, Prometheus, and very, very important title, George, that we need to share. He is the President of the Committee for the Control and Protection of the Rights of Healthcare Recipients. And of course, he's here today with us, and spiritually with us is also the president of the National Association, which is today, unfortunately, in Washington, D.C., and could not be with us, but George is a brother too. Thank you very much, George, and the floor is yours.
Well, my friend Pavlos, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations for the consistency of your work all these years for mental health.
Thank you.
Dear members of the Parliament, dear ministers, deputy ministers, members of the municipality, organizers, thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this opening session. From all these wonderful talks that I previously heard, I left my talk away, and I just wanted to share a few feelings and thoughts of what's happening regarding mental health, and what is the patient voice and what is the patient needs in mental health. So, of course, everybody mentioned that we are coming in the post-pandemic period. And unfortunately, when we are coming, I think fortunately, everybody should be happy, since we are all together here and we are alive. We are coming after a war of a significant bad situation where we lost thousands of people in Greece, but also in the universe and also in Europe. The pandemic, the footprint of the pandemic in mental health is significant. And we experience this, of course, in youth, in our children, and we have experienced this in all stages of the society. Of course, the elderly population, when they had 2 years to see the little children growing up, but also middle-aged individuals like myself. We all experience some traumatic situations. Of course, I need to congratulate the government, especially the Deputy Minister, Mrs. Rapti, for the allocations of the funds of the RRFs. This is a huge project, and of course it will be very effective because it steps on the needs of the pandemic, so it answers to the needs here and now. Of course, when we are talking about mental health, we need to look at the future, and one of the biggest threats of the health systems comes from a disease that has to do with mental health, and that's no more or less no other than the Alzheimer's disease. This is a disease that brings the biggest burden, no matter compared to any other disease. And this is because, of course, it affects patients, it affects caregivers, and unfortunately, up to today, science has not provided us with a solution. There is no treatment up to today to treat Alzheimer's disease in an effective way. And we all waiting for this result because this will affect the nearest future, especially in Greece when we are talking about a population which most of us are over 60 years old. Our previous speakers, honorable speakers, spoke about, situations like addiction, like mental health, etc., etc. I do not want to waste too much of your time, but I think it is important to address one more important issue: stigma and discrimination. What's happening outside of these doors is extremely important. People that live with mental diseases have a work, are doing something that it is important, are out there in the society, are offering are offering to us. And this is extremely important because mental health diseases, people who live with mental health diseases face significant barriers to live as human beings with respect due to stigma. And this is something that we have been experiencing for years, and we have been experiencing nowadays also. There's a bunch of articles out there that are claiming that treatments that are for depression are placebo and could not be actually useful, and question their effectiveness. And this is happening today. So I think that all these initiatives like this Congress that's happening for 2 days in Athens is something extremely important, and I hope that it will all the best for the future and all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you for being with us, and we thank very much the National Patients Organization for working hand in hand with the Ministry of Health, the universities, WHO, and I know also very well from Professor Kaitelidou, the President of the National Quality Organization, very close. And the office feels really honored and privileged that the program that the Minister of Development announced just a few minutes ago will be implemented by these three organizations together with WHO. Thank you very much. Last but not least, let us try a bit to zoom out of Greece in order to close this high-level opening for a while. And therefore, I would like to welcome Mr. Philippe Dot from the Department of Health and the National Office for Suicide Prevention from Ireland, who will share with us his own deductions stemming from his own experience of the matter in Ireland. Philip, nice to see you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thanks indeed for inviting me to speak at the opening session of Day 2 from a rather chilly part of the other side of Europe. It's currently 3 degrees in Dublin, so I'm missing the wonderful heat that I experienced when I attended the technical meeting of the Youth Mental Health Work Package in Athens in September, and I had the benefit then of experiencing your wonderful hospitality. Thanks indeed to the organisers of today for inviting me, and in particular Regional Director Dr. Kluge, and also our great colleagues in the Athens Quality of Care Office, and also Dr. Lazeri and her wonderful team in Copenhagen. I'd also like to thank the hosts from the Government of the Hellenic Republic for inviting me as well, Deputy Minister Rapti, Alternative Minister Gaga, and Ministers Georgiadis and Karamias, and for your wonderful words in the earlier part of this session. I work in Dublin. I'm a psychiatrist, but I'm working in our Department of Health, supporting the implementation of our mental health and suicide prevention policies. And I act as a technical focal point for the work of the Pan-European Coalition for Ireland. I've been directly involved in the broad work of the coalition since its beginning across all of the 6 work packages, but I'm particularly working with the mental health and well-being and youth mental health work package, as well as the quality of care programme. As I mentioned earlier, I attended the technical meeting in Athens in September. It was a particularly enjoyable meeting and a really fruitful meeting to really focus our minds in on the challenges that we have in Europe in supporting the mental health of our young population. It's such a pivotal part of our mental health policy agenda, both in Ireland and across Europe. At the meeting in Athens, I had the pleasure of presenting on our own mental health policy in Ireland, which has a quality outcome and outcomes framework as part of its structure. And I was obviously then also able to share some of the implementation monitoring structures that we have as part of our policy. Policy is one thing, but implementation is really pivotal. And I really appreciated the words from the Deputy Mayor in Athens about the importance of the impact on our policy work on the lived experience of our citizens, because that's actually the most important part of our work. At the meeting in early September, much of the time that we spent was on clarifying draft quality indicators for the development of youth mental health services across Europe. And this work really struck me at how clearly it aligns with the strategic priorities of mental health policy in Ireland and across other European countries and member states of the WHO in Europe. For us in Ireland, youth mental health and the development of specialist youth mental health services, as well as reducing levels of suicide and self-harm among our young population, they're really centre stage of our government's commitment to health service improvement. Ireland is doing this work with the WHO as part of our commitment to collaborate in the areas of mental health, as well as autism, disability, and also in the area of health and social care workforce planning. Broadly, I see the work of the Coalition and the programme of work on quality and mental health care for children and adolescents as providing a really strong forum of sharing the best practice, identifying common challenges, identifying gaps, and also, most importantly, coming up with solutions and implementation. I'm sorry I'm not in the session for the rest of today, the sessions for the rest of today, but I'm really looking forward to listening to the Greek National Mental Health Plan, which I know we're going to hear about in some of the session, in a later session this morning. And I'm also particularly interested in listening into the session where we hear feedback from children that took part in a workshop looking at the promotion of mental health and well-being in children. And the session is intriguingly entitled Be Yourself Beyond. So thank you so much and good luck with the rest of the meeting.
Thank you so much, Philip, for being with us, even remotely this time, and we hope to see you soon again in person. I remember very, very well our very nice discussions back in September, and I'm sure that they will continue for the many years to come. Thank you very much. And now, after having heard all these informative and encouraging speeches, I would like to give back the floor to our director, Natasha, for her closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What a great session, what great commitment we have heard from 4 ministers. This is really when mental health starts, even moving outside the health sector. Thank you also to the other speakers. And personally, having listened to this level of commitment and determination, I think we can walk away with the belief and hope that change is not only possible, but change is actually happening. And before I invite the moderators of the next session, Martin Weber and Eileen Scott, to take the floor, I would invite you to just get up, and move about for a couple of minutes. I realize that we are running a bit late, so just take a couple of minutes to stretch your legs and move about, and we will try now to stick to time more going forward. Thank you.
Hey, Joao?
Yes.
Joao? Joao?
Yes.
Are we...
Secretariat to invite people outside to join us inside the room for this one, which is going to be a very exciting session. Trust me, it's going to be very nice. Therefore, I really ask you to sit. And with this, I'm going to, first of all, thank you for the participation in the previous session. And I think we have a really stellar opening moment, which is reinvigorating and energizing, as you can see, everybody in this room and outside. So, with no further ado, I would like to give the floor to my co-chair, my dear colleague, Dr. Lydia Lazzeri, which is the program manager for mental health for the WHO Regional Office for Europe, and a great colleague and collaborator in this triangulation and this agile way we establish the work on mental health for children and adolescents in Europe. Thank you very much for your collegiality and your collaboration with the Athens Quality of Care Office. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, João. And a warm good morning. Welcome back to those who were with us yesterday in the first day. And I'd like to make a comment about what we heard earlier today. So in addition to what Dr. Azzopardi said, I would not add anything to that, Natasha, but I would like, if you will accept as a woman from my side, to notice the strength of the Greek women. We had a wonderful display of girls' power in this room earlier today, starting from 3 ministers and a deputy mayor, and that was amazing. The strength, the articulation, the commitment, the leadership was truly amazing. So I think I felt I needed to share that with you, because I was truly, as a woman, I was proud about that display of excellence. We are now going to another woman from the mental health team of WHO Europe, that is Jennifer Hall, our technical officer that is working here at the Athens Quality of Care Center, that will walk us through an overview of children and adolescents' mental health in Europe.
Thank you so much. And Kalimera, good morning, everybody. It was such a great session this morning. So yes, I echo the thanks that have already been given to all the great contributions, really echoing the whole of government and whole of society approach that WHO is advocating for when it comes to mental health. I also really want to acknowledge and say thank you. We have a big group of young experts here in the room with us. So I also really want to say thank you to all of you, and it's really important to have this dialogue with young people also present, since they are the ones who it is impacting, and of course they are experts themselves of their own experience and of what they need. So, fantastic. So today what I will, so I am based in the Quality of Care Office here. I am focusing on child and adolescent mental health. So I am lucky enough to live in this beautiful city, Athens. But today what I will be presenting on is I will be presenting briefly on some statistics of child and adolescent mental health, both from a global perspective and then a European perspective. And then I'll give an overview of some of the activities that we are doing to support that. Okay, so to start off with, here are some global statistics on child and adolescent mental health. You can read through these yourself, but you can really see here that the burden of mental ill health is high for children and young people globally. We know that there are many children and adolescents and young people who are experiencing distress. And bearing in mind that most of these statistics were taken before even the COVID-19 pandemic had started. And we know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the global estimate for the prevalence of depression and anxiety actually almost doubled, which is huge. And I think we'll be seeing this impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health of children and young people for a long time to come. And we also know that the majority of children and young people who require mental health services are not receiving them. So now, zooming in on our WHO European region. One of the strongest data sets in our region is this health behaviour in school-aged children data. This is a great WHO collaborative initiative. It's been going since 1983, and it started off with just 3 countries. So up until 2017-2018, which is the most recent set of data that we have published, we had 51 member countries, 220,000 young people responding to these surveys, and over 400 researchers. So you can see this is really grown, and it's a very strong initiative. So again, these statistics are from before the COVID-19 pandemic, but we can see already that we are seeing a similar picture of reported distress in children and adolescents to that which was reported globally. We can see that many children and adolescents are stating they are reporting distress, and that certain groups are at higher risk of experiencing distress. So when considering the impact of COVID-19 on children and adolescent mental health in the WHO European region, we actually currently do not have a strong data set for this. But we do have some initial individual research studies that are coming out, and these are suggesting similar patterns to what we have seen globally, in that children and adolescents are reporting that COVID-19 has impacted on their mental health in a negative way. So we are seeing children reporting feeling more depressed and more anxious. And we've seen this in the study which we have here, but also in other individual studies from around Europe. And I hope in a near future we may have some stronger data on this. It's also important to consider that actually we also know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, children and adolescents had more difficulties to access mental health services as well. So we had this picture of young people experiencing more distress, but at the same time were unable to access services. So this unmet need was growing and getting bigger. So what are we doing as WHO in order to respond to this? So these have already been touched on in the morning. We have our European Framework for Action on Mental Health. And this is putting into the European region our global frameworks for mental health, and also is aligned with our European Framework for Work, European Programme of Work. And so one of the core priorities of our European Framework for Action on Mental Health is child and adolescent and youth mental health. These are some explicitly stated priority actions, which are also drawing on global guidance and have already been developed. So one example I would like to highlight is our Helping Adolescents Thrive initiative, which is a collaboration between UNICEF and WHO, really to try and support child and adolescent mental health. And you can see it focuses both on service strengthening as well as promoting and preventing mental health conditions. And this brings us down to our Pan-European Mental Health Coalition. This is a very exciting initiative for the implementation of our European Framework for Action on Mental Health. This acknowledges that there is need for more diverse stakeholders around the table when discussing mental health. So, for example, we had a meeting yesterday for the Working Package 2, which is a child and adolescent mental health working package. And in that room, we had a mixture of people with lived experience, we had academics, we had other non-state actors, and we had state actors. So really bringing together these people from many different backgrounds to work together to support mental health for children and adolescents and young people in the region. One stream of this working package is the quality of mental health care for children and adolescents. So this programme was initiated in April 2021 by the Hellenic Republic and WHO Athens Quality of Care Office. So really thank you very much to the Greek support and collaboration on this initiative. And you can see here some of the key priorities of the programme. And so just to cover some of the work that has been covered under this quality of mental health care for children and adolescents programme so far. So far the work has really been focusing on developing a quality of care framework for child and adolescent mental health has been one of the key priorities. And within this, there's been a mapping exercise as well as some meetings to consult with stakeholders about what should be in that. And this has been a collaboration with some members of our working package. So here we can see some results from a meeting, which we held actually here in Athens just 2 months ago. We also consulted with some youth in Tirana. There was a youth health forum there. And then we also consulted with our young experts yesterday as well in our meeting we had there about this quality of care mental health framework. And so broadening out again the child and adolescent mental health work under this mental health coalition, these are the key priorities which we discussed yesterday at the meeting. And these are the key areas which we are focusing on yesterday and also going forward for the moment with collaboration and different inputs from our coalition members. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Jen, for this overview. And now the floor goes to one of the other partners of the work on mental health for children and adolescents, that is UNICEF. I have the pleasure to give the floor to Gabriela Fontana, who is the Regional Health Advisor for UNICEF, with whom I had the pleasure to meet in Geneva a month and a half ago. Yep. And we clicked because we understood how much opportunity is there for the collaboration. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And microphones are moving. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And also because I realized yesterday that Greece is UNICEF's youngest country office in the whole world. It has only a couple of years, and we're now here supporting the government of Greece for the fulfillment of children's rights in all areas, including mental health. So, very special place for me. I'm following Jennifer, who set the stage on what are the needs and the relevance of mental health in the region. And I'll try to talk to what are the main challenges, what are the main or the many good experiences that we're registering in the region that are popping out from different actors, and what could be a way forward. I have to make two quick premises. First of all, who needs mental health services? And I struck out services, I put support, because when we say services, we tend to think health professionals specialized in mental health care, but support is much broader. And I start actually with all children, adolescents, and their caregivers. Could be also all adults, but I come from UNICEF. I put at the front children and adolescents, obviously, right? And this talks to the fact that mental health is important for everyone. I'll get back to that later. All children and adolescents facing mental health distress in their regular life. They need to develop coping mechanism and resilience like we all do. All children and adolescents facing hardship, and there are many of them with different profiles. Okay? They can be children or adolescents or young people in contact with the law, with limited access to health or education services, in poor settings, that might be marginalized, excluded, with families that are particularly fragile, and finally, children and adolescents in what I would call exceptional situations. Children on the move, refugees, we have them everywhere right now. Children in areas of conflict, they need a special attention, obviously. And the second premise is, what is mental health services and support? We have a lot of pyramids, so I decided to use one here. I simplified it a bit. At the top of the pyramid is the specialized services. Then there is mental health through primary health care, support through non-specialized professionals, then community, family, peers, and self-help. I think most people working in mental health are familiar with this kind of approach, right? And the intensity of the mental distress increases and requires sometimes more specialized care. Okay? I will use this same image for the whole presentation, so that is there set up. When we speak of specialized services, it's psychiatrists, clinical psychologists. When we speak of primary health care, it's our general practitioner, family doctor, or a nurse. When we go to non-specialized professionals, so many, in so many sectors. It was good to have many ministries here, not only the Ministry of Health, because the help comes from everywhere, and we know it. Okay? Youth workers, social workers, teachers, educators, police, pharmacists, and so on and so forth. And then there is self-care, for which we need information. We need to build our own resilience with positive coping mechanisms. Now, there is one layer that is missing here. And I don't think that yesterday, when we had our more technical meeting, we really managed to talk much about it. That is the promotion of mental health. We teach our children how to brush their teeth. We teach our children how to eat healthy. We teach our children that it is important to do physical activity. We're not as good as providing them the tools for their mental well-being. And that's a whole area where schools and many sectors can help us to be more proactive in promotion of mental health and well-being. Okay? Now, with that in mind, what are some of the challenges that we're seeing across the board, many countries? One is the quality of care is an issue in different ways. Some countries we see that still even the specialized practices are not necessarily adhering to the latest evidence. In some countries where we try to use the non-specialized professionals, there are concerns on can they give the right support? Can they give the right messages? So all of that requires a lot of work to have the right tools and the right capacity at each level. Even when it comes to self-care, if you go in the internet, you can find very good advice and very bad advice. So quality of what we find to support us with our mental health is a huge issue. And I think the coalition is really looking into it. Another thing is the links and the referral between the different systems. Sometimes if you happen to enter at a specialized service level and you don't need it, you might not be oriented to other services that are in your community because our specialized professionals are not familiar with them. Or sometimes you get through a helpline, through a peer-to-peer or a community platform, and you don't really have easy access to specialized care. So that's another area where we have to work together. Legacies of institutionalized approaches, meaning we still have, in some countries, institutions for mental health that are not working. We know that they're actually counterproductive, and it takes a long effort and a lot of energy to get rid of those. At the same time, as we were discussing yesterday, we need to have services on the ground to be able to use them. Focus on community interventions beyond the individual. Sometimes we frame mental health as an individual issue, and we forget of the family around the person, or the community around the person. So having this community platform working for mental health will be very important. We need to shift. Very often we think of mental health as kids to be fixed. I still hear this. Okay? Instead of activate young people, in particular, when mental health issues emerge very often, and give them agency and help them to help us to lead the mental health agenda. Ownership and coordination, above all when it comes to promotion, there is no clear architecture. We are still working it out. So examples of many initiatives. I'm running out of time. I have 2 more slides. One is specialized services. I'm trying to give you an idea because there is so much. I will not mention any single one. There are too many. Even just yesterday, we saw many exciting experiences from many countries, right? So, but we see that rural and mobile units are used more and more to reach people that otherwise would be challenged in accessing mental health. That's specialized care. Online counseling. We have so many platforms, some of them designed by young people, for young people, with professional psychologists providing counseling in a very discreet but effective way. Also, obviously, in-person counseling, but mental health and psychosocial support training packages for health professionals, GPs and nurses, but also for all the non-specialized professionals at community level, educators, schools, and so on and so forth. Peer groups. We saw some experiences yesterday about volunteers that provide peer support. Bebo app is one example of many apps that are out there that can even teach parents of young children how to support them when they start detecting issues in themselves or in their children. Internet of Good Things, different platforms for different NGOs, associations, organizations to leverage what they're developing in terms of content for people to promote their mental health, but with good quality content. I'll just skip and go. This is just a map. Actually, it's a very poorly done map because it captures probably half of the initiatives that they're just on my radar on mental health in the whole region. And I just want to make a point that we go all the way to Kazakhstan. I'll get back to it in my last slide that is coming up. So I want to put emphasis on a couple of things, given the challenges on what we're doing with WHO, in collaboration with WHO. One is we need to bring technical expertise and resources in countries very often to model things that work, that have worked in other settings, and make it happen. We want to put a lot of emphasis on the multi-sectoral approach that so successfully we have seen it here this morning. That's the way to go, especially at community level. And we want to support promotion of mental health. I think it's a whole field that we need to develop together with all the resources that I've seen in the meeting yesterday and today from different sectors, from academia, from NGOs, from young people. We all need to come together and make a difference there. So to conclude, tentative way forward, I'm thinking of the coalition, I'm thinking of all of us. In countries, we need to have government commitment. Greece is a good example. Many other countries need to follow. We need, when you have government commitment, then the policies for mental health, to make mental health services accessible to people, need to follow. The whole architecture, sometimes it requires a reform of the mental health programs. Sometimes it's tweaking. We need to get there. If we don't mobilize resources after that, things don't work out. So the thinking is fine, but money has to follow. And capacity in the system, building capacity. We have a Center of Quality of Care here with WHO, can play a huge role on that. We need to build capacity country after country, give agency to young people. We discussed it yesterday, it makes a huge difference. And use innovations. Digital platforms is just one simple example of that. At regional level, for agencies and for the coalition, I think we need to support evidence generation and use, so learning from each other, like we did yesterday. What is working here? How do we adapt it there? So disseminate the good practices and adapting them to each country context. That's the power of the coalition. I think the coalition has to expand east in the region, and to expand within the coalition in terms of having more people, more institutions joining and gaining more traction. We're surely on the right path. And as UNICEF, WHO, each one of us, we're all committed to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriele, and thank you especially for the call for making the coalition a tool for all of us. So not us and them, but as we said yesterday, but a platform that all of us feel entitled to use well. I have now the pleasure of inviting a panel of young people and also persons with lived experience. Kostas Koulouris. Welcome, Kostas. Anna Bailey. Yes, please, in one of the chairs. Thank you, Anna. Catalina Popoviciu. Thank you, Catalina. And last but not least, Ronit Azulia. Would you like to invite them? Would you like to invite them to introduce themselves?
Welcome, and thank you very much for accepting the challenge to be with us in this panel. I'm sure it's going to be great. So what I would like to suggest and to ask you is you could just take 1 minute to introduce yourselves. And perhaps we could start from here. Yes, we have the microphone. I think they are connected.
You can hear me?
Yes. Very well.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Kalimera. My name is Ronita, for my friends. Excited to be here, and I'm part of the Israeli delegation. Those of you who've been here yesterday saw our impact, so I'm happy to be there. We are representing ENOSH, which is the Israeli Mental Health Association. and the largest organization in Israel since 1978. You know, when they approached me and said, how do you like to introduce yourself? I was thinking, I don't know, I have many hats. Maybe I'll call myself poet, I don't know, an artist, content developer, TikTok lover, salsa dancer, advocate, and so on and so on. And said to myself, the many hat ladies? And then when I took a moment with myself, I said, no, I'm just a person who's coping since very young age with mental illness, and working 24/7 for being balanced and for being part of society. I am happy, really happy to be a part of Enosh and being one service user and second give my services. And like a hybrid, I'm a hybrid, like my bipolar disorder. So thank you, good morning, I'm happy to be here and happy to have beautiful friends in the panel. And now,
pass the baton.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Catalina. I'm from Romania. I'm a young mental health professional. I'm also a young mental health professional who's really passionate about youth mental health field. I have a background in clinical psychology, and I'm currently a PhD student at the University of Bucharest. My main research interests include researching the relationship between technology and youth mental health. More specifically, I'm interested in understanding what's the relationship between social media and body image, life satisfaction, eating disorders of adolescents. During the past year, I've been affiliated with Stanford University, Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing as a Fulbright Fellow, and I'm really excited I had the opportunity to work on one of their flagship media and mental health initiatives, a peer mentoring campaign, where older teenagers were helping younger teenagers to thrive through their social media relationship and to better understand themselves in their relationship with social media. I've been happy to coordinate them to develop educational guides for young teenagers and to share their insights and their experiences with social media in order to help them to create a healthier relationship with new technology. I'm really happy to be here today, and I'm really happy to be part of this panel discussion. I've learned a lot yesterday from my young fellows, and I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to to hear more perspectives and to have more discussions in order to improve adolescent and child field. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. I'm Anna Bailey, I'm from the University of York. Like Catalina, I'm a PhD researcher, but I really appreciated you saying like I'm a person first, and I'm somebody that struggled with anxiety disorder for a number of years. I think I struggled with it in school, and then it took a while to work out exactly what was going on, and then going through that experience was something that I kind of had in tandem to my studies and my focus on work. And then when I started my PhD, I was really thinking about what I wanted to do, and I thought, well, I'm not sure if I want to study mental health because mental health is something I think about all the time. But I thought, well, actually, that's probably why I'm the right person to do it, because I'm someone that has experience of it. I'm someone that has participated and been involved in activism around it, and also someone that uses the services. So yeah, I'm really big believer in the work that we're doing today and collaboration, and it's really important to me that we have young people on the panel today. So yeah, I'm really appreciative of that. Like Catalina, I'm interested in social media, so my research mainly focuses on how young people use social media to understand what mental health is, because I think society's understandings or common understandings of mental health are really how young people start to learn about themselves and learn about how they feel. So yeah, I'm just really excited to answer the questions and share a little bit about my expertise. And I know we're live streaming from TikTok, so hello to everyone on TikTok. So yeah, thank you so much.
So, hello to everyone, Kalimera. My name is Konstantinos Koulouris. I'm from Corfu Island, I'm sorry. I speak German too, that's why, sorry. I'm 27 years old and I was diagnosed with schizophrenia at the age of 22. So now I'm following my treatment, I'm fully functional. I studied kindergarten teacher, hotel management, and this is my first year as mental health counselor student. The reason I decided to follow this path is my experience with mental health illnesses. Throughout my studies, I hope to understand them better and have an opportunity to help people who go through mental health problems. So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for your very honest accounts, and thank you for sharing with us your even uncertainties, which is very important, and your passions and your dreams and the future hopes. So the next question for the audience to hear from you is about stigma. That can be a huge barrier in accessing services, in looking for services. And then the question to you is, what do you think of stigma? What is the perspective you have had about stigma? Have you encountered that? Anna, would you like to start?
Yeah, of course. So I think stigma for me comes from wider structural issues. I think when we think about stigma, it's how people are different and how the things that are different about us can sometimes impact how we access services, how the services treat us. And I think when it comes to stigma, we really need to think about how our differences are a strength, and services need to meet those differences with accessibility and inclusivity. Because if we think about, if you're from the LGBT plus community, you're going to need a different service to someone who is male, who may have other struggles such as toxic masculinity, which I think we all appreciate is something that comes into relationships with mental health. But it was interesting that you asked, have I experienced stigma? It is something I've experienced, and I think a lot of young people experience it. And my research focuses with 18 to 13-year-olds, to 30-year-olds, and I think there's been a lot of stories where young people have gone to access services, they've gone to their GP, and they haven't been taken seriously, or they've been maybe dismissed. I know personally for me, I went to my GP after not leaving the house for 2 weeks. I had a full face of makeup on and a nice coat, and that was sort of given as a reason for me not having depression. So they just sort of said like, oh, you look great, so I don't think you're really struggling that much, really. And I think it's just about, if ending stigma is about like taking people seriously, taking people at face value, and understanding that it's not about how someone looks, and making services that accept everyone and also promote those things as strengths as well.
Thank you, Anna. And thank you. It takes a lot of courage to share one's uncertainties and fragilities, and it is especially important that you are here to share this testimony with us when you are vulnerable and how you try to get through that. And I'd like to pass the floor to Ronit.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, regarding stigma, there is a tremendous amount of stigma that surrounds mental health. I believe that the great fear of losing control is then the base of humankind, and the larger the fear, the larger the stigma. We have stigma by society, and we have personal stigma. The personal stigma is a daughter of the society stigma. The first time I tried to commit suicide, I was 11 years old. My problem started age 8 or 9, I think. The second time was when I was 17, and I was 24, 29. I've been diagnosed only when I was 32, after a psychotic episode. And I'm 49, by the way. And just about 4 years ago, I told the world I have bipolar disorder. I was afraid of the stigma. It was crucifying for me. I was ashamed. I was in hiding. Hiding was my profession, by the way. I've been hospitalized 3 times. I've been depressed. I was getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down. And I've invented myself so many times because stigma at workplaces was a huge thing. So I was getting psychotic episode and depression, didn't work, don't have money, and then I have to invent myself in another profession. I was become so good of inventing myself, and I dated someone, and he told me, "Tell me, what are you doing for a living?" And I said, "I'm an actress." And he said, "What?" I said, "Yeah, I'm an actress. When I watch the Oscars, I think to myself, the Oscar goes to me because, you know, I'm this and that and that." I wouldn't be here today without my parents. I wouldn't be sitting. I'm sitting here without my parents. And I'm thinking about them when I was 9, was 11, about my mother, my father. I'm getting emotional. It's not only our stigma, it's our family stigma. When you're young, your parents have to deal with the stigma also. They have to approach and give what you need. And I've been hearing yesterday all the beautiful programs and such inspirational programs of what are you doing? And I said to myself, I wish they had that to help them help me. I wish they had that to help them cope with their stigma, with their shame. And I wish I had that help, and maybe I didn't have to ordeal everything that I've dealt with. And I want the world to be a place that we can raise children and without stigma. So I hope that as long as the year goes by and by, we're gonna reduce the stigma. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronit. I would like to make a comment about what you just said, but I would like to hear also from the rest of the panel and then go to the next question. Kostas, yes?
So I will speak in Greek now because it's more easy for me.
So mental health of children and adolescents is a major issue. If these disorders are left untreated, they may become chronic and more severe, thus impacting on the well-being of those affected. My disorder is what gives my life meaning because I have had consulting and I have had mentoring. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm afraid I was not prepared, so I didn't have the translation, but I'll look into the recording and I'll listen to you with pleasure.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Catalina, would you like to make the last comment?
Yes, and starting from what Ronit said, I would like to say that since my expertise is in the technology field, I think how technology could have the potential right now to help us to not hide and to show our struggles and to make other people to understand our struggles. And I think taking advantage of the technology in order to somehow reduce the stigma and to help us in the battle with stigma is one of the greatest advantages we have right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This closes this question, and before giving the floor to my colleague Joao, I would like to thank you very much and notice for the audience how brave you have been. All of us hide behind professional titles. All of us hide behind nice jackets or behaviors, but it takes a lot of courage to be able to be here and share with the world your vulnerabilities, your fragilities, and tell also, encourage others with how you have coped with those. So for this, on behalf of the audience, a big thank you for sharing with us this. Yes, please. Yes, can we have the mic, please, for Ronit? The mic for Ronit, please. Not yet. Yes, you
Yes.
go ahead. Now.
Again?
Is this one on? Yeah.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, now. Lydia, I would like to say to you, in a personal note, by sharing a bit of my story and by that giving even a little validation for your doing, and by that helping even one child, I can have sense that my life and what I have been through matters. And because deep down inside, I'm still that little child. So thank you for all of you doing.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. We go now to the last question. I think maybe less profound, but very important because we want to take action, right? And we are, to a large extent, bureaucrats, and we are concerned in getting things done and really getting governments and stakeholders and the institutions to do the right thing. So the question is really about what, in your view, in your understanding, policymakers need to hear to move things forward for young people's mental health. And I would like to ask it to all of you.
So, I believe that emotional stability and health is particularly important. From early age, there should be psychological support in school by help by professionals so they can recognize the signs of mental health disturbance. At the same time, young people must actively contribute with a spirit of co-creation, a participation of every age of decisions that concerns them, and be connected to each other to claim the promotion of mental health and social inclusion issues. So we need to be encouraged to speak freely and have a presence in the decision-making center, to actively participate and publicly express opinion in the direction, nothing for us without us.
Who wants to go next?
I think one of the most important things that policymakers should know, in my opinion, is that youth are the experts, and in any decision they should be involved and they should be the principal advisors. And I think youth should be involved in any stage of decision making, from designing the decision to implementing it and to testing the effect that it has. And I think we should all empower youth voices, and we should all listen to them, and we should learn one from each other. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I made notes because I'm so excited. Okay, when I think about the little child, me as a little child, and when I think about what I'm coping today, I believe it's all about balancing emotions, and emotion regulation, resilience, and if I will sum it in one word, hope. All of those things are leading to hope, and we all need hope. And we all need emotional balance, yeah. We need to provide children a safe and loving environment. I believe that we need to teach them, even in kindergarten, how to balance their emotion, how to learn to have resilience, to give them self-confidence. I needed that. I was a very shy girl, and I needed self-confidence. I still do sometimes, even though I look like I'm on stage. and we need to put it in the circles of community, education, and family. So I hope that everything what we're doing in this conference will lead to that. And thank you all for listening. Thank you all for sharing and caring. And caring with hope is the future. Thank you all.
Maybe, is that on?
Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, just I guess when it comes to action points moving forward, I think what we really need to understand when we're talking about mental health is it can be exacerbated by social conditions. So if we don't have an equal society, if we don't have that structural support from childhood, it's more likely that people will struggle with mental health. So I think we need to at first make, like you said, safe spaces, a welcoming environment, a place where children aren't going to school without a shower or aren't cold and sleeping in coats, because I know that's the situation in the UK at the moment. So I think we need to start off with those structural issues and make sure that young people are supported in every aspect of their life. And secondly, in terms of mental health, I think leading on from what Catalina said, we are our own experts. And also, we do a lot. I think young people do so much for their mental health. They're more aware than any other generation. And I think that's a really positive thing that we can take away from mental health activism, from events like this. But we can't do it alone. We need the support of everyone, and we need people to give us the tools to enable spaces, to enable places for us to be, and invest in youth. Because I think if you invest in youth, you invest in the future. And I think everyone wins when we support our young people. So thank you.
Thank you. And really, before I hand over the floor to my colleague Lydia to adjourn this small session, just maybe to express how I admire you, and I really am impressed for being so consistent, and for different people with different circumstances. You gave a very concrete message. One is co-creation. We have to do this together. And the other one, in general, also to put a very strong tone on the need of the services and the support of the community. So the mental health strategies and approaches are really very important. And here, WHO, but also other partners, play a very strong role. So thank you for that, and invest in youth. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. This session is closed, but before going to the next session, the last word is what we hear very clearly, loud and clear from you. And what we heard yesterday is that what your call is to focus on your resilience. Because we are not talking here about victims of mental ill health. We're talking here about people who know very well what their needs are and who can inform us very well how to do things, and who invite us to start doing things together. So I cheer your resilience, and through you, all the other young people in the audience and beyond, and we'll continue to work together on the basis of this resilience. So thank you. This session is closed. I invite now the next moderators of the new session.
Well done,
Dr. Azopardi Muscat, Dr. Rakovas, Dr. Theodorakis. For the people in the audience who, like me, do not speak Greek, please take your headsets, because the next is to learn about what is happening in Greece, so that we can see how the Mental Health Action Plan of Greece has indeed responded to many of those concerns here. Thank you.
Can I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? And thank you for coming back for the third session of today's program, which focuses on how the topics we've discussed so far are now at the heart of the process underway in the Greek government under the guidance of Deputy Minister Mrs. Zoe Rapti. Of course, we are very grateful to all those who have been working hard in the National Mental Health Reform Committee, with the support also from our colleagues here in the WHO office in Greece, both the country office, the quality of care office, as well as the colleagues from the mental health team. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mrs. Zoe Rapti, the Deputy Minister for Health, to update us on the valuable work she has been leading with the development of the National Mental Health Action Plan. And then my colleagues, Dr. Ivo Rakovic and Dr. Pavlos Theodorakis, will moderate the session.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Azopardi, dear colleague and friend Natasha, dear Mr. Rakovac, dear Mr. Thodorakis, dear Pavlos, and esteemed professors and scientists. Since ancient years, Greek philosophers have spoken about the soul and the importance of well-being. Hippocrates stated that every disease starts from the soul. About 2,500 years later, these thoughts are more relevant than ever since the unprecedented healthcare crisis which we face has turned the spotlight on mental health and well-being for governments, politicians, healthcare professionals, and societies worldwide. The WHO has set mental health as one of the 4 flagships of the European Work Plan 2020-2025. And the transition from the 20th century institutional psychiatric care in Greece to the 21st century holistic, people-centered and community-based mental health has made remarkable progress in previous years. However, the psychiatric reform has yet not been completed. Psychiatric care in Greece has a long history of traditional inpatient treatment in large public institutions which lasted until 1983. European Economic Community intervention in 1984 marked a transitional period until 1989, characterized by the beginning of the transformation of the mental healthcare system. The current reform era started in 1999 and has included new mental health law, the closure of 6 public mental hospitals, and the establishment of several sectorized mental health services. A 10-year national mental health plan, Psychargos, has initiated and approved and was approved by the European Union in 1997 and was funded with 700 million euros. Its objectives at the time mainly focused on the deinstitutionalization of the remaining long-stay inpatients and the closure of the public mental hospitals. It also aimed to introduce a legislation that would secure, among others, the development of community-based mental health and rehabilitation services, providing specialized services for children, adolescents, and the elderly as well, and the greater inclusion of people with mental health problems into labour markets. Although the plan was very ambitious, the psychiatric reform has been characterized by a slow process and by retrogressive steps. Despite the fact that there has been some progress over the years, there is still a long road ahead of us. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the chronic underfunding mental health systems and shortcomings in healthcare provision. Moreover, mental health problems increased and the serious matter of lack of universal access to quality mental health services for citizens became apparent. The Greek Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, foresaw from early on the pandemic the upcoming second silent pandemic, as he said, that of mental health. He took immediate action to establish a dedicated mental health and addiction portfolio, and he honored me with appointing me as the holder. With respect for his decision, one of our first actions was to conduct a rapid assessment review of mental health services in Greece in March 2021 in collaboration with WHO Europe. This joint review allowed us to identify shortcomings in the services and the need to strengthen them with the creation of new community facilities and services for the psychosocial support of the general population and vulnerable groups. The recommendations of the Rapid Assessment Review led to the setup of a National Mental Health Committee, consisting of 35 members with expertise and experience in the broad scientific field of mental health. The committee's first meeting, held on June 2021, concerned its mandate and the need to formulate a 10-year national mental health action plan for Greece. In January 2022, the members submitted proposals on the development of necessary facilities, actions and programs across Greece. They were guided by the principles of qualification, timeline and costs, so as to formulate the 10-year National Mental Health Action Plan. Throughout these important steps, WHO Europe stood alongside us, providing us with valuable technical support. In March 2022, a task group at the Ministry of Health and WHO representatives was appointed to process the submitted proposals and to integrate them into a single proposal with the title National Mental Health Action Plan 2021-2030. At the same time, we inaugurated the new WH office in Athens for the quality of care and the patient safety, with the presence of our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and the Regional Director for Europe, Dr. Hans Kluge. In this frame, we announced the launch of the new WHO European Programme on Quality of Mental Health Services for Children and Adolescents that we are funding. There, I had the opportunity to present to the Prime Minister the executive summary of the National Mental Health Action Plan. At this stage, the National Action Plan is to be submitted for approval to the Council of Ministers and subsequently will be subjected to public consultation and debated at a meeting in Parliament by the relevant standing committee of our Parliament. The proposed National Mental Health Action Plan demonstrates in practice the partnership between the constitutional state and the Greece's mental health care professionals, and also the scientific community, towards the highly anticipated completion of the reform and restructuring of the mental health services system. It is in full alignment, of course, with the WHO European Framework for Action on Mental Health 2021-2025, with mental health being a top priority in the National Public Health Strategy. It is built around 10 axes that reflect the spirit of the psychiatric reform completion, with special attention given to all vulnerable populations, anti-stigma efforts, the empowerment of the mentally ill, and to early intervention in crisis. I would like to thank, above all, our Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis for his trust and ongoing support, the WHO Regional Director for Europe, Dr. Hans Kluge, for our excellent cooperation and generous provision of technical support, and the latter's associates at WHO Europe who worked efficiently under the supervision of WHO Senior Advisor Dr. Pavlos Theodorakis. Moreover, I would like to extend my warm thanks to the National Mental Health Committee members for their visionary but also practical and constructive proposals, as well as to the officers of the Mental Health Directorate at our Ministry of Health for their constant and consistent support of the psychiatric reform in Greece, who, in close collaboration with my colleagues, made this plan a reality. My Chief of Cabinet, Mr. Panagiotis Tsiganos, and of course my advisors, Mrs. Tatiana Mormori and Mrs. Penny Kalpaxi. The approval and implementation of this action plan will be the pinnacle of transition from asylum psychiatry to community-based mental health services while meeting all today's needs. To this direction of achieving our vision, we succeeded in receiving support from the Recovery and Resilience Fund. As mentioned before, proposals were rapidly submitted and approved for the funding of primary actions of mental health and addiction services amounting to approximately 55 million euros. Another milestone to our efforts was the conduction of the Athens Mental Health Summit that took place last year, July 2021. The 53 member states that came unanimously adopted the Athens Mental Declaration, setting of the key principles and action areas to address the impact of the pandemic on mental health, with special focus on the vulnerable groups. Dear friends, the pandemic has taught us that collaborations and synergies based on solidarity are the safest path out of this crisis towards a substantial new normal that will be built on the principles of universal health and mental health coverage, preparedness for future crises, and promotion of well-being for all. We are all working together alongside towards a new mental health system with modern, community-based, high-quality and people-centered services with zero tolerance to stigma and social exclusion. Thus, the action plan's pages reflect the past, present and future of mental health services in Greece, the sole objective being, as stated by the WHO, to leave no one behind. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Rapti, for this rich presentation and your leadership, first and foremost, in the whole process of the development of mental health action plan and all the hard work that you and all the other members have put into this piece of work. And we from WHO Europe are very grateful for the opportunity to support you and accompany you throughout the whole process. Thank you so much. We will now, because basically, the future of this country's youth depends also very much on the actions that will be taking place. Thank you so much one more time for this. We will now proceed with the interventions of the National Mental Health Reform Committee members, and it is my privilege to first welcome the Professor Touzenis Patanasios, who will share with us about the reforms, and more specifically about the reforms related to the forensic mental health services. Mr. Professor Touzenis, please, the floor is yours.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και
Thank you very much, and I have to particularly thank for the honor. I started speaking in Greek, and I will give you some time to put on your headsets. So I would particularly like to thank Deputy Minister Madam Rapti and the leadership of the ministry, as well as the executives of WHO for giving us the opportunity to be here with us. Dear colleagues in mental health, I have to say that forensic mental health services, you see, this is the vertical axis 4 of the plan. So in my view, this is the very edge of the welfare state, and it's absolutely necessary to complete the mental health reform, leaving stigma and exclusions behind. There are people with mental disorders that disobey the law, but there are some people that commit violent crimes, and this has to do with their mental health. So these suffer from the double stigma of being a criminal and mentally ill as well. This creates insecurities in society. We have to treat this in order to avoid further stigma and exclusion. Without the right addressing of the problem, we cannot have this feeling of safety in society, since mental disorders are linked to risks, and these rare, though violent events only enhance these views. All developed states have forensic mental health services, not only in prisons but also in the community. This is happening in Greece right now, and we have taken a huge leap forward, allowing us to be able to be equals among our partners, because we will have taken very important steps in reducing stigma and exclusion. We talk about people that are not accepted neither in prisons nor in psychiatric wards. So imputable mental patients are usually treated in big institutions, which only makes deinstitutionalization very difficult, because when they are released from hospital and they have to go back to community, this cannot happen without court decisions. So the 2017 legislation has updated Articles 69 and 70 of the Greek Penal Code, emphasizing on treatment measures and not security measures. These people have to stay safe for their own sake and the sake of the community. Now, the challenges transition from big institutions to the community, separation of these patients from the rest of the mental patients, and social re-inclusion of these people, and enhancing the sense of security of the society, which has to understand that these people are not illogical or dangerous. So we have 5 actions. 4 actions are for the staff members and our patients, and the last one is the most important one. So we have at least 4 independent mental health services unit, because we need special treatment for these people to achieve the transition from treatment to community. Therefore, the second step that goes hand in hand with the first is developing units of psychosocial units for rehabilitation, and also adequate shelters. It's very difficult for these people to find a home, and this cannot happen in the existing structures. At the same time, we need to train the staff to be able to learn how to de-escalate situations and tension, to be able safely work with these people that need our assistance, and of course training measures for everybody involved in managing this process. So judges themselves have to understand that mentally ill people should not be in prison, and the police have to understand that they have to treat them in a very, very special way. And also people working in prisons have to be trained in order to identify signs of stigma and mental disorder. The final proposed action, and in my view, this is the most important one, is to set up a forensic mental health observatory to collect data, make research, and leave nobody behind, as mentioned before, because this is the real target for mental health. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Douzenis, for your contribution. Professor, can you please sit here with us in the first armchair? And I would kindly ask also Professor Fundoulakis Kostas to join us here. My dearest nursing director of the Daphne Psychiatric Hospital, Ms. Mouya, please. Sit here. And two more colleagues, Dr. Vula Saka, the lead of the National Alzheimer's Association, as well as Professor Zendari from the University of Thrace. Please, you can join us. And after having these very important insights, as Professor Douzeni said, on the missing link of forensic psychiatric services, I would kindly ask to take the floor Professor Kostas Fundoulakis, and with just a few words saying that, dear Kostas, my good friend and brother, we could never imagine 15 years ago when we started working for the mental health reform in Greece, that from quality of mental health services that we were working at that time, there will come a moment that we will need to include in our national mental health action plan a special axis on the preparedness for such national and public global health crisis. The floor is yours, Kostas.
Thank you, Pavlos. Dear Minister Zoirarti, dear officers of the WHO, Pavlos, my dear friend, Ivo, Natasha. It's a great pleasure to be here. As Pavlos said, a few years ago, nobody would have imagined that Athens would play such a role in the region, in the WHO region concerning mental health and health in general, because as a past motto of the WHO was, there is no health without mental health, and vice versa, there is no mental health without health. I was involved in the action plan, especially in the axis of mass distractions, and we all know that we go from distraction to distraction, from big problems to bigger problems. I think only aliens haven't invaded yet. We will see in the near future if this happens. But we started with, especially in Greece, with an economic crisis. Then we had the pandemic. Now we have the war in Ukraine. We know that all these disasters, all these distractions, cause mental problems, especially in the population which is directly affected, but also in populations around the world. And we do have some data. Our team, in collaboration with the WPA and under the auspices of the WHO, gathered a team of 150 plus experts from around 40 countries. And we gathered data from 55,000 responders from these countries. And what we found was that, especially during the lockdown periods, we had something like 2 to 3 times increase in depression, increase in stress, anxiety, some kind of increase in suicidality. Of course, there was stress within families and all the related psychosocial problems that one would expect during such periods. But what is important is that we measure that this increase in depression was something like 2 to 3 times fold. And those people at risk with a personal history of mental disorders were at especially high risk, maybe 6 times fold, to develop depression during these difficult periods. So having this in mind, and knowing that especially during periods of lockdown, access to mental health services were especially difficult for these people, we now know that we need to plan ahead to be ready for future problems, for future distractions, for future pandemics. And this is also true concerning how the population reacts, because during the pandemic, we knew that the population has some kind of sometimes peculiar thoughts and reacts in an emotional way, but we didn't really know to which extent this could go. And this is the reality. We measured 100,000 people on the streets of Greece, and we found that only 80% were wearing masks properly, the way mandated by law. This is the period where the strictest regulations were in place. So 20%, give and take, were not adopting a very simple measure, which is face mask wearing. So this, we need to take into consideration this fact and to extrapolate concerning more complex and more important health-related behaviors, also for other medical conditions. We need to take this into consideration, and this is what exactly happened with the action plan, which demands the development of guidelines and training packages, guidelines how to do things, and train people how to apply is very important. Otherwise, we start thinking the last minute and improvising how to act. And a training program for 400 professionals is in place already. We need to create a network. Networking proved to be one of the most important elements in planning. Networking maximizes the use of resources from different disciplines, different services, and with different capabilities. So networking is important, along with telemental health, which especially during the pandemic proved to be a very important component, although it was a very, very new element in mental health providing in the country. Social services support for health workers was an underestimated and understudied condition. We know that there were a lot of cases of burnout, a lot of cases of depression in health professionals in general, but you know, health professionals are a bit, let's say, very proud. So they don't really usually seek help. We need to access them, to outreach them, and try to prevent burnout cases and the collapse of quality and quantity of health services provided because of burnout. Of course, we need more epidemiological studies. There is a worldwide lack of properly conducted epidemiological studies also in Greece, and eventually we need better digital networking of all these services and structures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Very, very insightful presentation. We have a last minute change actually to the program, but addition to this session that I'm sure that will make all of you really happy, and sorry about that, colleagues, but probably not everybody has realized that in parallel with our meeting in this room, there were 86 school children with 7 teachers right outside this room, enjoying the beautiful weather, but at the same time doing their workshop. And because their school bus has to leave in the next 10 minutes, and they were supposed to talk a bit earlier, but we are a bit delayed in the program, I would kindly ask them to join us on the stage together with their teacher, and in a few minutes to present the results from their workshop. Please, the floor is yours.
Καλημέρα σας, καλησπέρα.
Good morning, I am Domna Kavakidou. I am a theater teacher and I represent Posopsi from the prefecture of Serres. We're an association of mental health friends. So today we came here to Stavros Niarchos Cultural Foundation to have a workshop. This workshop involved teenagers. First of all, we had creative writing exercises so as to produce original texts authored by our adolescents. We are very much excited because the material produced is remarkable. We built on this material so as to have a theatrical play. And also, we've had visual material produced to accompany these theatrical scripts. So together with my two students, we will present to you original texts that are the outcome of these activities. First of all, this is Elisabeth. She will be presenting the first text. These are high school children from Nikia, and I would like to thank both the pupils and the teachers for their patience and their support. The starting point was emotions. Emotions felt by children and their expression. So, Elisabeth. My grandma, what is it that I'm doing wrong? I'm trying to do what's best, but everything seems to go wrong always. Why do I do that to me? If only you were here next to me, I would be hugging you. I would be forgetting everything, Grandma. I'm trying to put my thoughts in order, but I fail. I must wake up. Give me strength, Grandma. Please, I beg you. Why is it that I am this way? Why is it that people are that way, Grandma? I try, but I cannot cope. The second text will be presented by Sahrazad. Hi, I'm Maleficent and I'm 17 years old. I'm not happy to meet you because I cannot feel happiness any longer. Don't know what it feels like. I don't know what it is about. My eyes are red. I have dark circles underneath. I cannot remember the last time when I slept. Oh God, I have to go to school again. But day and night I try to understand who am I? What am I? Am I different personalities? Am I different lives all at once? What is it that I'm supposed to do? I try to be better. I try to improve myself for others, for my parents, but I cannot cope. I can only cut myself. I think that the pain I'm feeling is what I'm worth. It's not that I'm an underage person, or is it? Or is it just the world? Or what if the world would be better off without me, the unfortunate Maleficent? I don't know what to do. I'm lost. I'm confused. I don't know who I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that even if we have organized this in such a way, it wouldn't have been so perfect. And I'm saying that because our next speaker is going to deal with one of the most controversial, most challenging, and most difficult issues in Greece. But this is very much related with the previous, because for 30 years, we are focusing on the asylums and how to close the asylums, while we should have been focusing on these two young ladies and their teacher. Vaso, my dearest Vaso, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και...
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the ministry. I would like to thank everyone for inviting me to this very important meeting as part of a significant team that was tasked with producing the Mental Health Action Plan. This is an action plan that essentially started off many years ago. It's a marathon, literally. And we've come a long way. We've taken a huge step forward during this marathon. It seems that we're seeing the finish line. But still, some important things are required so as to complete the psychiatric reform, the notorious psychiatric reform. And I would like to, in a nutshell, emphasize what, in our opinion, should be completed so as to essentially complete the psychiatric reform itself. It's not like I'm reinventing the wheel. It's something you all know. We all know the key factors. But in order to achieve deinstitutionalization and complete it and see it through, we must first complete the psychiatric reform. And this will be done, firstly, through sectorized on-duty days of psychiatric clinics. This is something that does happen in all areas across Greece, with the exception of Attica. This is a significant problem that leads to the non-sectorized operation of the network of mental health, and that was our objective. So we failed to achieve our objective. And for specific population groups per mental health sector, there is a lack of structures and units that are absolutely necessary to address the needs and issues of the mentally ill through a network. For this to be achieved, we all know that we must have per sector and per catchment population a dedicated psychiatric clinic and dedicated psychosocial rehabilitation units and crisis intervention units and a series of other dedicated structures. We all know very well what I'm talking about. And we also need to address the huge problem of revolving doors that is encountered across Attica. So we clearly need digitalization of mental health services so as to be able to know at every single point in time where our patient is, where they are along their care pathway, which unit they're found in. We also know of another major problem, which is involuntary admission. The Attica Psychiatric Hospital admits more than 70% of its inpatients as involuntary. So we must come up with ways to reduce this number that greatly exceeds the European average. We cannot have this. We need legislative arrangements pursued by the ministry. The ministry has already established and introduced relevant law, but more laws are needed. And also we need to further invest in both the transfer of the mentally ill and the first contact point with the mentally ill. And why not a short-term admission unit within mental health centers. All of these steps could actually reduce both the number of involuntary admissions and recurrent, repeated admissions in psychiatric wards. In this context, it is of particular importance to protect and safeguard the rights of patients, the rights of the mentally ill, and one helpful approach is to make use of applicable protocols, relevant guidelines, so as to eliminate physical barriers and this was also highlighted under the joint assessment that was conducted. And in all cases, currently a psychiatric ward treats as inpatients people with different types of problems, and these problems must be treated as appropriate. Like Professor Douzenis said, non-imputable offenders may now be found in a psychiatric hospital alongside special populations such as the psychogeriatric patients or even adolescents. So it is required per sector or per region to have dedicated services, targeted services such as forensic psychiatric departments, psychogeriatric departments, children and adolescent departments. I feel that the deinstitutionalization of the 300 chronic inpatients may happen in the blink of an eye. But the risk is that the rehabilitation units that have already been set up and their number is sufficient. In fact, it is more or less in line with the European average, but the risk that lies is that these patients may end up being chronic patients. So the requirements for completion of the psychiatric reform are two. First, the staffing with mental health care professionals. And in recent years, the staff numbers are declining. So we can no longer count on this. And also we need to train this staff so as to meet needs and complete the psychiatric reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Vasson. Always to the point and always a pillar of the mental health reform in Greece. And now we'll move to Dr. Vula Saka. Her name is equal to, actually she is the founder of the Alzheimer's Association in Greece, and the main pillar not only for Alzheimer's disease but for the care to the elderly. Dr. Saka, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pavlos. Αγαπητοί φίλοι και φίλες.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, until 2015 there were just a few services for dementia in Greece. In 2015, after the pressure of Alzheimer patients and relatives associations, and because of the huge number of Alzheimer patients in Greece and abroad, the Ministry of Health established the National Observatory for Dementia and Alzheimer Disease. I have the honor of being the head of this observatory for the second 5-year tenure. The national plan for Alzheimer's disease and dementia was passed by the Greek Parliament. Things stopped there. However, In 2018-22, some parts of the National Action Plan started being implemented. There has been some progress until 2020. Then the pandemic came. But anyway, we can say that in 2020 we had 7 daycare centers to end the memory clinics in the hospitals in Greece, 2 group homes for dementia patients, and there was also this bill to protect the rights of people with dementia and their families. The pandemic was over, and in 2022 there was a huge leap forward. New projects were announced by the Ministry of Health, 9 residential homes, 11 day centers, 8 mobile units going at home. This is a great progress. 4 psychogeriatric clinics and 10 more memory clinics. The National Observatory for Dementia has as its objective to fully implement the National Plan for Dementia until 2025. And this also includes many other axes of actions. It's not just services. There are many other issues in this plan. For example, patients and caretakers registries, public awareness, support of caregivers, training of health professionals in dementia, and many other proposals. Last year, we have seen the completion of the National Action Plan for Mental Health. With great joy, we managed to have the whole dementia plan included. Of course, our plan was updated because there were many new data after the pandemic. And before presenting the main points of Axis 1 on dementia and mental health of the elderly, I would like to congratulate Madam Zoe Rapti and her collaborators, and also the staff members of WHO for drafting this action plan for mental health. The main points of Axis 1 are the following: completion of the services on dementia. There are great areas in our country, mountainous or insular areas, that have no service whatsoever for the elderly and dementia. And now we need telemedicine to come in. This is developing in Greece. And I have to repeat that we need to develop programs for at-home care and mobile units. Moreover, dementia has to be connected with primary health care, starting from the screening of aged patients in primary care, and then we have to follow these patients in a complete care path till the care pathway till the final stage. Another deficit is that though there are several services and programs for dementia, there is no networking, there is no central coordination, and there is no interconnection. This is something that is provided for in the National Action Plan on Mental Health, and indeed we really like this. And another sector that is there is development of programs and services to support the family members and their protection of people with dementia and their families. And now let's have this law voted, because we have this bill which is there for a couple of years and nothing is happening. It's not going through the parliament. Finally, I would like to emphasize the need to establish necessary shelters for the elderly, especially for those that suffer from dementia. Residential care is still lagging behind in our country, and it's a shame, I would like to say. There is a huge need for this, and I'm glad, we're all glad that this is provided for in the National Action Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saka. And I can never forget that the first ever Municipal Day Center of the city of Athens was developed in 2008 at the city of Athens with your organization and the city of Athens. It was something that I will always remember. Thank you very, very much. And we are coming to close to the end of this session with the last presentation from the Greek participants with the issue that it is the main topic of our gathering these 3 days, which is the mental health of children and adolescents. Professor Sedari was the focal point at the Mental Health Reform Committee and was leading this AXIS. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I see the screen in front of me. It says... Έχω ένα. Αυτό. Απλώς θέλω να είναι σε παρουσίαση προβολής για να πεις it's okay. Thank you. So I said that the screen in front of me says Serdari, hurry up. So I have to hurry up. So dear all, I would like to thank you all from my side as well for this significant meeting, which offers a great opportunity to discuss about mental health issues for children and adolescents. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και σας ευχαριστώ για
Thank you very much, and thank you for the honor to participate in the National Committee for Planning. The interest on mental health for children was there in the past, and there were always social changes. And we no longer believed that children are tabula rasa. And therefore, we started studying the particular features of children. This was combined with the huge need for better training of the vast majority of the population. Now we recognize that the story of a person is the story of its lively interactions with the social environment, which leaves marks on the emotional lives. So now we focus on prevention and timely recognition in the community. We have to harmonize everything with the needs of the individuals. We have to respect the treatment continuum, and we also have to be very, very productive and effective. We all understand that we're still amidst the pandemic, and things are rapidly changing. At the same time, we see changes in the socioeconomic conditions in the last decade. There are certain issues for children and adolescents, migratory flows, and so on and so forth. Everything affects or even threatens the quality of lives and the mental health of children and adolescents. Therefore, we needed to create services according to these needs. In literature, there are no epidemiological data, clear-cut data for mental disorders for children and adolescents, and we only have very few structures and services for these groups. Now, let me talk about people, children. George lives in Samothrace, a very small island in Greece. And the child psychiatrist said that they needs occupational therapy, logotherapy, speech therapy, and a very specialized program in school. Nothing exists on the island. So George and the family have to travel once a week to go to Alexandroupolis, northern Greece. And sometimes, you know, in winter, it's very difficult to travel. Now, Manos, another case, an adolescent living in a very small city. There are various problems in the family. Psychiatric case, that's the father, the mother cannot cope. And after assessment, it seems that this person has suffered a first psychotic episode. So how about hospitalization? And if yes, where to? Another case, Panayotis was adopted when he was 2 in a family, and now he has various behavioral problems, delinquency, problems with the law, and the family says that they cannot support him, and he has to go to a residential home and have treatment. Another case, Maria, in Eastern Macedonia, Thrace, affective disorder. She was hospitalized after suicidal attempts, and the family asks her for help, community-based, but still this structure is far away from Alexandroupoli. So what we need is to have an integrated unit of objectives. This has to do with learning and within a family environment, operating harmoniously, allowing for interpersonal relations with the peers. So the ideal system for children and adolescents would ensure a continuum in treatment and care. And allow me to say that child psychiatry could become the model, the example of what has been said on cooperation between the various sectors and disciplines. Innovative services, community-based, however, the so-called integrated programs have as an objective to deal with all needs, family needs, school needs, and this means active participation of the family, interconnection of all community-based services, protection, care, and also the educational and the court system. We need to cover preschool children or even younger children until children become adults. So our services have to be specialized for autistic children as well. And indeed, we needed to have a provision for a continuum in care and the right transition to the adult services. And then we could have some hospitals and some residential homes also for the acute phase. But if this happens in the best possible way, we can ensure that there will be no barrier to their further development. So early recognition is very important. Holistic care is also important. We need evidence-based practices and new technologies, new tools to deal with these difficulties. But mainly, we need to hear the voices of children themselves and their families, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sedvari, for your valuable presentation. Just as the rest of the presentations in this session, your two kept our interest undiminished until the very end, as it is of utmost importance that policy and decision-making processes are as transparent and clear as they were presented today. And I would like to thank you all for your precious contribution, but I would like now to have also an external view in what is happening here in Greece. And I would like to call upon Eileen Scott from the National Health System of Scotland to share her own reflections on the matter of policy making as they derive from her own experiences in her country.
Good morning, everyone. I have been furiously scribbling notes this morning, listening to what I have to say is a highly commendable plan by our colleagues in the Hellenic Republic. It is not easy to take a look at our systems and the challenges that we face. And having had the experience of working to develop national action plans, that is certainly not a very easy experience to bring together and engage the various stakeholders around the different axes, to have a clear set of commitments, requires us often to let down our egos and to understand and appreciate the difficulties in order to move to where we know that we need to be. I think one of the clear messages for me, and again, I think having listened to what is proposed, it is admirable. I'm also struck by the fact that they have actively engaged with WHO and the international community to achieve this. Because if there is something that the last 2.5 years has told us, is that we are not alone. We cannot operate in isolation. In isolation, we start to decline, deteriorate, to fall apart. So in order for us to come together and to actually achieve the goals that we want to around mental health, we need to collaborate. We need to agree on what the issues are. And we need to remember, we often talk that our children and young people are our future, but they have a present. This is their lives, that they are, and my colleague Roger reminded me of this, the experiences that they're facing are often the consequences of our actions as adults, and it is our responsibility to take the actions to resolve those. In Scotland, we have a phrase called "We're all Jock Tamson's bairns." Now, I don't imagine there's too many people here who are fluent in Scots, but what that means is that we are all siblings, that in spite of our differences in where we come from, we are the same. And it is through these international collaborations, and thankful to WHO and to our colleagues in the Hellenic Republic for inviting us all here to engage and have these discussions, because it is through this that we will make a difference. I am struck by the similarities of challenges between the Hellenic Republic and Scotland. We too have faced issues linked to the pandemic. For example, following the pandemic, we have seen a 20% increase in developmental concerns for our very youngest children, particularly around speech, language, and communication. And we know that if we do not address that at this point in time, we will be baking in issues that will move forward. We are particularly aware of the challenges that were faced by our families who have children with disabilities, so physical and intellectual disabilities, and also children with lifelong or severe illness, because they were incredibly marginalised by the circumstances that they have faced. So again, we move forward trying to understand, to collect data, and to take action around this agenda. We have an action plan. It has some similarities, but some differences. Our key focuses are prevention and early intervention, access to treatment, and joined-up accessible services. And if I were to make a plea to our colleagues today, and their commendable actions to move people from institutionalised care, is protect your community services. Because if you don't have those, often what we see are families struggling to get help and support, because those support services that were set up were not protected, were not ring-fenced, so they started to decline. I was also assured to hear about decisions to support the workforce, because again, the workforce who work in our treatment services are highly precious and often under great pressure. So in order to protect and ensure quality of care, we need to protect and ensure the care of those delivering services. We have two other key priorities. One is around the physical well-being of those with mental health problems. So to ensure that we must essentially prevent and treat mental health problems, but with the same commitment to caring as we would with other physical health issues, and including the holistic care and support for those with issues. We are also committed to ensuring that this is within a compassionate and rights-based agenda. Scotland moves forward this year to legally implement the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. This will give our children and young people a legally enforceable right to health, education and development. And if we, as service providers or wider society, fail to deliver that, they can hold us to account in court. It is potentially transformational for us, and I think that we will undoubtedly face some challenges in enshrining that in the next few years. We are currently revising our strategy because we know that actually the challenges that we set, it was established in 2017, it's intended to run to 2027. As I've alluded to, the world has changed dramatically in the period since 2017. So we look again at our strategic objectives to ensure that we are emphasising promotion and prevention. I was reassured as well to hear that mention from our UNICEF colleagues earlier that this is a really critical part. And we all have a part to play, because I think that one of the things that we often forget about mental health and well-being, and is the spirit of this meeting today, is that it's about talking to one another. The most simplest intervention that we can actually implement is to seek to understand and to listen. And it is in this spirit that I look forward to us continuing to participate together within this pan-European collaboration. We need to take the examples that our colleagues from Greece have provided to us and take forward some critical pan-European action if we're to address the experiences that we are all currently facing.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Ms. Cook. I have received a couple of messages on my mobile, and I have started to realize that I'm the main obstacle between you and the Mediterranean lunch, which is supposed to start at 1:30. If we move swiftly, as we always do, dear Ivo and colleagues, I promise you that the final delay to the lunch will be 20 minutes only. So I would like to thank you all very much for your contributions, and I would like directly to ask Dr. Koupidis, Dr. Theodoroulakis, and Dr. Nomidou to join us. Thank you, Professor Douzenis, Professor Foudoulakis. Thank you for your contributions. And if I can ask my colleague Cassie to join me on the panel. So we move directly to the new session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the last session, and actually we have with us this triad, which is actually the beating heart of this reform. It includes everything. It includes the mental health professionals. All of them are by definition, but I mean as a representative. It includes the lead of the families and of the patients association in Greece, as well as the president of the Federation of the 31 social cooperatives in Greece. So all here together will share with us what they have done all these years, but most importantly, what they are planning for the next years. We are very keen to know, but also what you have planned for the next 5 hours for us right outside this room. And I'm very happy to have with me on the podium my colleague Cassie Redcliffe, who will take the floor for presenting our first speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I also don't want to get in the way of lunchtime, so I think we'll move quickly. I am very pleased to present our first speaker, Sotiris Kopidis, who's the president of the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Social Cooperatives. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, dear Cassie. Σας ευχαριστώ, συνάδελφοι και συνεργάτες στον Παγκόσμιο.
Thank you, dear Cassie. Thank you to all my WHO colleagues. My emotional charge prevents me from addressing you in English. It's not my strength after all. But I am grateful to the WHO for enabling me to thrive within their setting. I was given a Polaroid camera by my mother, who taught me a love for arts and music in a home wherein mental health was affected. And mental health issues have been present, have been experienced in our families since our great-grandfathers. So this ongoing search of mental health enabled me to be here today representing the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Social Cooperatives of Limited Liability. I would like to tell you who we are and share with you what we've done and what you will be able to see out there in Agora and in Evexia. So our point of reference for the mental health services delivery across Greece was the mental health reform. It was started in 1989. That was a year that boosted the psychiatric reform in Greece. This reform framework gave rise to social cooperatives of limited liability, KINSAPs. These are social cooperatives that are engaged in entrepreneurial activities, produce their own products, and you will meet them out there in the Agora. Together with Evexia, you will have the opportunity to meet them and get to know them. So these social cooperatives employ people with mental health issues in an equitable way, promoting justice and fairness. This is a graph presenting the ecosystem of KISPES. Actually, 5 more KISPES are underway, and we are very happy to see that the Ministry of Health has embraced all of our federation's proposals for further actions in order to address shortcomings and gaps. Now, just a few figures. 30 social cooperatives, 3,100 participants and members. These are mental health care professionals and mentally ill persons, ranging between mild and severe issues. Also, we have 1,000 employees, out of whom 520 are people with serious psychosocial problems. Our turnover declined during the pandemic. Clearly, the times back then were not favorable. However, the social aspect was still there. All problems persisted. So our federation is a forum including all 30 KISPES. We are there to represent KISPES. We have been doing that for 10 years already through targeted interventions. We try to spread our vision, the vision of self-representation and advocacy. Something that may be self-explanatory for some is not easily understood or even grasped by others. But people who have the lived experience have always enjoyed the support of the WHO. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Pavlos Theodorakis. Under the Alma Ata Declaration and the Astana Declaration, we were given the opportunity to address each and every one of you in the entire world, highlighting our problems and sharing our experiences. The very first KISPE was established on the island of Leros. Some of you might have heard of Leros. This is a very symbolic place because it's been 20 years. We are actually celebrating today the 20-year anniversary since the establishment of the very first KISPE through Agora and Evexia. What is Agora and what is Evexia? Well, the Agora was the public forum in Athens in the 5th century BC during the golden age of Pericles. That time was a time where Athens and the Agora was the hub of philosophy, the hub of social life and interaction. Therefore, today we, through our Agora, and you will be given a leaflet showing our activities. Please take a tour. Please feel for yourselves what the Agora is, what the Evexia is. So this is a very difficult point in time. You will see products produced by mentally ill, but you will also see, for example, Miss Krepa and Miss Kadarzi, who are people who drew inspiration from the pandemic. By the way, dear Ivo, I would like to thank you a lot for your effort and for our cooperation because Miss Klepa decided to donate to us for our regional office her work that portrays a saint dressed in healthcare professionals' garments. And also Mr. Kadardzis donates to us one of the brains for the quality office because we did a lot to tackle fake news. This is a message by the Vice President of our federation, Chryssa, who should have been here standing next to me, but she is experiencing some difficulties. But I would like to extend her warm thanks to all of you. She is a mental health service user, she is our Vice President, she is our alter ego, she is our muse, and the biggest challenge amid the pandemic was to be able to counter fake news, conspiracy theories, and Chryssa was there to tell everybody that health is a paramount asset, and she encouraged all mental health care professionals to maintain their strength, to keep their faith in the prevailing ideals and not be intimidated by mental health issues and other issues. That was the strongest message that set the tone because we are a social cooperative of limited liability and we provide a space for employees to be able to talk about fake news and find ways to combat conspiracy theories. During the first wave, and for a long period of time, we actually had universal vaccination coverage of our workforce. We put faith in science, and we've had 0 COVID cases. Oh, Pavlos is giving me an intimidating look. Time is running out. Okay, in closing, I would like to thank the Ministry of Health and the Deputy Minister of Health, Ms. Joy Rapti, who embraced all of our proposals in her mental health action plan. We are a space of dignity, we are a space of protected employment, and we would like to welcome even more young persons, thus acting as a bridge with society through sustainable jobs. In closing, I would like to reiterate my commitment as a representative of the Federation. The current health minister and the current deputy minister and their predecessors were always standing next to us. We were standing shoulder to shoulder. I would like to thank Pavlos Theodorakis. I would like to thank the mental health service users. I would like to thank the mental health care professionals who trust us. I would like to thank WHO, Joao Breda, Natasha Azopardi, Lydia Liazeri for the honor and the invitation to me. I was allowed to present to all of you another part of myself that was not that visible. I can tell you for a fact that I am not only happy but blessed for this opportunity you gave me.
Thank you very much, Sotirios. I can never forget the second ever social cooperative in Hania that we developed in 2014, and of course the first executive board of the Federation where I was the Secretary General. Thank you very much. And now we will move to the second pillar. I keep you Menelaos as the third pillar and the stronger for the end. So we move to the second pillar with Katerina. Katerina is also very close to WHO, working as a consultant, but also as a member of the technical advisory group of the flagship initiative of the Mental Health Coalition. Thank you very much, Katerina, for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's truly an honor to be here, but let me see. Yes. Most of all, I'm honored not only because I've been invited by WHO and the Ministry of Health, but because I'm here today to represent the strength of the federation Dr. Theodorakis said I represent today. Our strength is our people, is our associations all around Greece. We've been working as a federation for the past 20 years, and we are the only secondary national federation representing people with lived experience, either of mental illness, mostly severe mental illness, or lived experience as a family member, or both. We are also the only federation in Greece. I wish I had my computer here because, I can't read. I'll be like this. Our goal is to make the voice of lived experience all around Greece be heard. It's important to mention that all our board members are persons with lived experience, so we're a truly lived experience organization, non-governmental, without state funding, unfortunately, not only for the federation, but also for the ground local organizations in Greece. And one other important message that I would like to spread today is that sometimes we listen that families usually try to cover up the user voices. This is not the case in our federation, where users have the possibility to represent themselves on the board with a percentage of more than 63%. I believe this is very, very important. So who are these mental health service users in Greece? We have a problem, I believe, generally around the globe with terminology. Are people with schizophrenia, with bipolar, with severe depression? Are persons with, with anxiety are considered mental health service users? My brother recently passed, he had a schizophrenia. He is a case. I developed a depression during COVID. Am I a user? Am I a person with a mental illness or not? My daughter had an anxiety last summer and she had to take medication and follow psychotherapy. Is she a user? Is she a person with mental disability or not? Maybe we are all something. So 85 of these persons with schizophrenia, according to the last research I've shown you, here in Greece at least, and this is mostly for our foreign visitors here, live with their families. As you have heard from our minister, our community services health system is not yet well developed. And a little bit the culture, Mediterranean, a little bit the lack of services, the gap in services, force sometimes people to live together in a family. So I've been living with my brother for the past 42 years. Do I have different things, different demands than him? No, the same thing stands true for the rest of the members of our organizations. We all fight for the same thing: justice for our patient, justice for us as family members, recognition of our role in the provision of care, which otherwise, for many of people who do not have care in community services, which do not exist or are not warehoused in sole warehouses that still exist, they need to stay at home. And at this home, we have many dark powers that push pressure on our soldiers, not only of our loved member with mental ill health, but also on family. Ronit talked about this. This is the usual pattern of a patient who wants to have care in Greece. This is what I've been living for the majority of my life. Every time that the police car was coming at home, and then it was a show in the neighborhood, and then my brother was taken like this to go to the hospital, and then he was taken care like this. Very usual. So this is why many of the family members and patients around Greece reunited themselves to form this federation with one goal. What is this goal? To change the structure of power. The power we had against us, trying to change it into something hopeful, respecting, understanding, empathy, compassion, trying to live and demand and claim words like this. Today in Greece, we have around 300,000 people with severe mental health disorders. These are the numbers according to the rapid assessment WHO has done in Greece 2 years ago. As Professor Dr. Koupidis said, 520 people, he said, that they are having an employment in social cooperatives. Community residential facilities, 3,000 something. Let's put another 10,000 in sole warehouses. We have too many people who we have to deal with as a federation. These are the people who live with us. These are the people who are getting alone, who are trapped by the legal system, which hopefully will change very soon. We deal with the revolving door problem very, very often, and we have to change this. So what do we have to change? The structure of power. However, there are some prerequisites, and especially today, 2022, and especially after Greece has already ratified binding international human rights treaties. We have to ensure protection of human rights. We have heard about this today. We have to ensure high quality care and accountability for services, access to information and resources, not only for patients, but also for family members. Enhancing and enabling local organizations to fill the gaps the Ministry of Health did not provide in our communities, and then to ensure equity. So, as I said, we recognize and appreciate the diverse views and different challenges the two groups we represent may face. We have a vision. I don't have time. We have a mission. We have values about respect and self-determination and integrity and courage. And these are the things we are always claiming as a federation. We have guiding principles. Co-production is one very, very important of this. And our principal activities is to help our local organizations to be able to claim and offer ground services to the people they serve, to participate in local and national mental health committees, but especially our main goal is to advocate for the adoption of laws and policies that respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights. Our main upper goal is that participation at the upper levels of the ladder is achieved for us. Otherwise, there's no participation. I'm very, very happy that we have this quality and safety office here in Greece, and we have to remind all our colleagues that services should be funded, managed and delivered in a different way that we used to have till today. Of course, the European Mental Health Action Plan is based on the Global Mental Health Action Plan, but let's remind the human rights focus, which we do not forget, especially when it is based on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the empowerment persons at risk may need, patients and family members. And what effective leadership and governance mean? That support should be given to mental health groups, to groups like the groups belonging to our federation, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katerina, and also being on time. And now we move swiftly to the third pillar. Actually, this, I would say, extraordinary triangle, these three organizations that work also very nicely and very harmoniously, I would say, with the ministry at the center. So, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, Παύλο.
Thank you very much, Pavlos. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the World Health Organization European region for their invitation to this Mental Health Week. I am the president of the Federation of Social Rehabilitation and Mental Health Organizations, called ARGO. And quite briefly, of course, I know you all were waiting for the lunch, so I will be very, very brief. I will focus on our activities. And I would like to say that Argo Federation was established in 2005, initially as an informal network of 43 NGOs. And ever since then, it has been participating in all actions on mental health in Greece. After 2015, it became a federation. So today we represent 48 organizations. So in this framework, we officially participate in all deliberations and consultations on the European and national levels on mental health in Greece, with positions and proposals created engaging in a dialogue with our members, which represent a great number of professionals, among which we had great protagonists of the reform, such as Professor Sakelaropoulos, Stelios Stylianidis, Venus Maveas when he was in epilepsy, and many other professors. So we have a political, a social, and also a scientific role to play. The members of the Federation contribute right from the first day of mental reform in setting up what we call the National System of Mental Health Services. After Leros, Panagiotis Akeleropoulos, Stelios Stylianidis, Yannis Tsiantis set up the first steps for community-based psychiatry in our country, and we had the honor of having them as members. We also follow community-based principles, focusing on continuity of care, accessibility, and the wills and needs of the users. Our model is linked with community-based psychiatry, person-centered approach in provision of mental health services, and of course always on the basis of rights. This is why we are struggling for advocacy in mental health with innovative proposals and challenges affecting changes in our country. And we cooperate with the other federations, POKIPS and POSOPSI, and we would like to thank them for this. This is not always self-evident. We cooperate with the Ministry of Health and Madam Zoe Rapti, the Deputy Minister. During the last 3 decades, the Greek state and the mental health professionals with EU funding have achieved substantial progress in the field of psychiatric healthcare services. This reform had to navigate difficult waters, but it is still there, and we have managed to close down 5 large hospitals, 6 if we include Leros, and we have developed community-based network services with more than 900 community-based, offering various types of services, residential houses, hostels, apartments, day centers, mobile units, day centers, as I said before, plus the public sector part, many departments in general hospitals, though they're understaffed and underfunded, especially after the memoranda and the financial crisis. This has been a great problem. However, today, we have 72 NGOs that have created a parallel system represented in the Federation. These 72 NGOs are responsible for about 265 community-based units, employing about 3,200 professionals, and this is an important social capital for our country because they work innovatively in parallel with the public system, that is hospitals and clinics, that is within general hospitals, to serve the citizens in times of crisis. So this network, funded by the Recovery Fund, will be enhanced with about 106 new units. This will lead us close to the completion of the community-based network in Greece. This will allow us to talk again about closing down the 3 remaining psychiatric hospitals. Argo represents all of these bodies, participates in all dialogue actions, and plays an important role in dealing with extraordinary cases and situations. So, together with the first psychiatric university clinic, after the 4th of April 2020, we have participating in the 10306 line. We have more than 250 volunteers working on this line, plus the members working at the clinic, and we had 480,000 calls. And after a decision by Madam Rapti, we will go on working for 2 more years. We also stood by COVID patients and the staff of hospitals with a program called Nobody to Left Alone in the Pandemic. This was an initiative by the ministry and Argo. 24-day centers participated in the program, and we developed a very important network of telepsychiatry, but also training and empowering of the members of the staff, but also for patients because they were secluded because of the COVID measures. At the same time, we stood by the citizens of Northern Evia, experiencing the impact of climate change. We had the wildfires there. We started on the 8th of August in 2021, and we are still there present, ensuring continuity in care with 8 groups financed by the Ministry of Health. Everything I mentioned is tiresome and difficult, and it takes great effort to convince the local communities and the other health professionals that health without mental health does not exist. And the psychiatric reform is a step of culture, democracy. Those that are mentally ill are equal. And it seems that the NGOs I represent have fought this struggle. We were always against stigma, and we experienced exclusion when we set up our first unit. We also employ innovative actions and interventions, and we also use art. In Agora and Evexia, you will see many people participating. You will see some of these works of art outside. You will see the performance by Pepsae and the Art for Psi. You will listen to the music, and you will be able to participate in various workshops. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manela. Thank you very much, all the three of you. And we are getting to the closing of this session, and I will kindly ask our director, Dr. Natasha Zopardi-Muscat, for the closing of this morning session.
Thank you very much. It's really been a whirlwind of a morning. I suppose originally I would have started by saying we first heard the politicians, we then heard the young people, we then heard the experts, and then we heard the NGOs. But I think the key lesson that came out of this morning is that everyone is everyone, and that mental health and well-being really is something that we all should very much consider being part of our lives. And throughout the life course, and we saw that we had younger people and older people contributing at different points in time. Our experiences also of mental health and well-being could take on very different roles as parents, as children, whatever. I think we also saw that in Greece, we are really seeing a new paradigm coming forward. Whenever I am here, I'm always very struck by the openness and the way in which the people here in this country have been able to acknowledge in a very public way, even in the presence of other countries, what is working, what is working less well, what has been done, and what still has to be done. And in this way, we can all learn and benefit. So I would like to ask you to take the opportunity, as I shall be doing, to go around the workshops and the stalls. I'm very much looking forward to that, and also to enjoy lunch. Thank you very much for being part of our day.
Natasha, can we have a photo? Παιδιά, να βγάλουμε μια φωτογραφία, Κάση.